I'd driven through Navajo country dozens of times, working the oil fields near Farmington, but I'd never lingered long enough to absorb much beyond the scenery. My younger brother Raymond had never even been this far north. We'd planned a road trip from Santa Fe, pushing northwest through Arizona's Four Corners and into Monument Valley, hoping to snap pictures of Shiprock Peak at sunrise. Raymond, who fancied himself a photographer, insisted that golden hour at Shiprock was worth skipping a motel stay for. I'd reluctantly agreed, thinking the drive would be smooth enough. Around midnight, we turned off the main highway, heading north on Navajo Route 33 through Cove Chapter, aiming for a shortcut Raymond had found through Red Valley. I felt good about the route. I'd vaguely remembered driving parts of it before during a supply run back in 2017, but the optimism faded quickly. The road stretched endlessly before us, unmarked and increasingly rough. Potholes appeared without warning in our headlight beams, forcing me to swerve suddenly. The truck's suspension groaned with each jolt. Raymond sat beside me, camera equipment carefully stowed in the back seat, studying the route on his phone before the signal finally died completely. He'd been excited earlier, talking endlessly about aperture settings and exposure times, but now he'd grown quiet, watching the darkness swallow the landscape around us. About an hour past Cove, just as we passed Sawmill Trail, I noticed the temperature gauge needle jump suddenly into the red. The dashboard light glowed ominously, casting an orange reflection across the windshield. "Julian, something's wrong," Raymond said, leaning forward anxiously, his voice tight with concern. "I see it," I muttered, pulling the truck onto the shoulder. There was a sandstone bluff overlooking a wide valley, lit dimly by a thin crescent moon. The visibility was poor, shapes barely distinguishable from shadows. I killed the engine immediately, letting the truck roll to a stop on the gravel shoulder. Stepping out into the biting winter air, we popped the hood, letting steam spill upward into the darkness. The smell of hot metal and coolant filled my nostrils. I shone my flashlight down into the engine compartment and saw what I had feared. The radiator was almost empty, fluid pooled beneath the truck, staining the sand dark. My stomach sank. We had water in the back, but pouring it into a hot engine risked cracking the radiator block, leaving us stranded for good. We had no choice but to wait until morning and let things cool off naturally. Raymond rubbed his gloved hands together and shook his head, breath forming vapor clouds in the frigid air. Perfect timing. "At least we have blankets and snacks," I said, trying to sound reassuring, though my own confidence was wavering. The temperature had to be in the low 20s, maybe colder. Wind cut through the valley with a sharpness that stung exposed skin. Raymond was clearly uncomfortable, glancing nervously toward the dark ridgelines that surrounded us on three sides. The landscape felt oppressive in its emptiness, vast and indifferent. There was no cell service, of course, not way out here. The nearest town was probably 30 miles in any direction. We settled back into the truck cab, trying to find comfortable positions, preparing ourselves mentally to endure a cold, restless night. I pulled a heavy wool blanket from behind the seat and draped it across both of us. Raymond curled against the passenger door, arms folded tightly, breath visible in the cold air despite the insulation. Raymond drifted off after about half an hour, his breathing becoming slow and rhythmic. I tried to follow suit but found myself restless, staring through the windshield into the darkness. The moon provided barely enough light to outline the nearest rock formations. Everything beyond 30 feet dissolved into blackness. My mind wandered, thinking about the work I'd left behind, the deliveries scheduled for next week, wondering if my supervisor would understand the delay. The oil fields operated on strict timelines. Missing a delivery meant lost contracts, lost income. But there was nothing to be done about it now. It was around 2 in the morning when I first heard the sound, a deep, low howl carrying far across the valley. I knew coyotes well enough from my years working these lands. This wasn't a coyote. This was longer, lower, almost human in its tonal quality, but raw and animalistic at the same time. The sound seemed to wrap around the truck, coming from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. The hairs on my neck prickled instantly, and I nudged Raymond awake, perhaps more forcefully than necessary. "You hear that?" He sat up slowly, eyes unfocused and bleary. "Hear what?" As if answering, the howl came again, closer this time, and from the opposite ridge. The sound was clearer now, more distinct. There was something wrong about it, something that triggered an instinctive alarm deep in my primitive brain. Raymond stiffened instantly, staring into the darkness, suddenly fully awake. "What is that?" he whispered. "No idea," I said, trying to mask my unease. "Maybe an elk or something." Even as I spoke, I knew it was a lie. I'd heard elk bugling during hunting season. This was nothing like that. Raymond shook his head, his eyes locked forward, hands gripping his knees. "I've never heard an elk sound like that." We sat frozen for several long minutes, listening intently. The wind had died completely, leaving an eerie stillness that amplified every small sound: the creak of the truck settling, the faint whistle of air through a gap in the door seal, our own breathing. Against my better judgment, we stepped out of the truck again, straining our eyes in the dim moonlight. The valley stretched ahead of us, dark and silent now. The howls had faded into echoes that seemed to hang in the air like smoke. My boots crunched softly on the gravel, each step sounding impossibly loud. Just as we turned to get back into the truck, Raymond grabbed my arm, pointing wordlessly at the sandstone ridge across the road. His grip was tight, fingers digging into my jacket sleeve. I followed his gaze, squinting into the darkness. My heart began hammering violently. Standing on the top of the outcrop was a tall figure, backlit by moonlight, a dark silhouette hunched and elongated. It looked oddly twisted, limbs longer than seemed possible, its stance almost predatory. The proportions were all wrong. The torso was too narrow, the legs too long, bent at angles that didn't match human anatomy. The thing was silent, completely still, like a statue carved from the darkness itself. We watched, frozen ourselves, unwilling or unable to move. My rational mind screamed explanations: a tree, a rock formation, shadows playing tricks. But my instincts knew better. This was alive, this was watching us. Then it tilted its head back slowly, deliberately, and let out a howl identical to the ones we'd just heard. The sound was deafeningly loud, unmistakably animal, yet disturbingly human in its undertones. It carried pain and hunger in equal measure. Raymond took a step backward, breathing hard. "Julian." I slowly reached into the truck, opening the center console with trembling fingers and gripping the revolver I'd stashed there, a .357 Magnum I'd carried for years while working remote sites. My fingers shook as I loaded rounds into the chamber, the metallic clicks seeming impossibly loud. I never took my eyes off the figure on the ridge. We both stood perfectly still, as if locked in some silent standoff. My heart hammered in my chest, every muscle tensed and ready to bolt. Sweat formed on my palms despite the cold. The figure remained motionless, and for a brief moment I wondered if we were staring at nothing, if fear had conjured something from shadows and moonlight. Then, without warning, the thing began to descend from the ridge. It moved strangely, its limbs jerking as if unsure how to carry its own weight. Something in its movement seemed almost bird-like, awkward in its precision, yet terrifyingly deliberate. Each step was calculated, careful, like a predator approaching prey. "Get back in the truck," I whispered sharply, barely able to force the words through my constricted throat. Raymond obeyed immediately, scrambling inside with frantic movements, but I held my ground, raising the revolver with both hands, trying to steady my aim. The weapon felt heavy, inadequate against whatever was approaching. The creature paused about 50 yards away, and under the faint glow of moonlight I saw its head clearly for the first time, elongated, snout-like, with eyes that reflected in the dark like an animal's. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing what appeared to be sharp, irregular teeth. The facial structure was wrong, caught somewhere between canine and human, belonging fully to neither. Then it dropped to all fours. I expected it to charge at us, to rush forward in a final terrifying assault. But instead, impossibly, it began crawling swiftly backward up the slope, its grotesque form moving with unnatural speed. The movement defied logic, defied physics. Its joints bent in ways that shouldn't have been possible, limbs extending and contracting fluidly. Within seconds, it vanished behind a large boulder near the ridge top. I stumbled backward, nearly falling as I climbed into the truck. My legs felt weak, unreliable. We sat wordlessly in shock, doors locked, breathing raggedly as we stared out into the silent darkness. I kept the revolver clenched in my sweaty palm, knowing that rest wouldn't come again until dawn. The digital clock on the dashboard read 2:47 a.m. Sunrise was still hours away. For the next hour, neither of us said a word. We sat in stunned silence, breath fogging the windows, eyes locked on the sandstone bluff. The truck cab felt cramped, suffocating despite the cold. My palm was sweaty around the revolver grip, finger resting nervously along the trigger guard. Raymond shivered next to me, fists clenched tightly in his lap, knuckles white. I tried convincing myself we'd imagined it, that fear and exhaustion had warped reality into something monstrous. But every time I closed my eyes, the image was clear, its long limbs bending at unnatural angles, its head tilted back, howling into the night sky. The sound still echoed clearly in my memory, impossible to dismiss or rationalize away. "Julian, what the hell was that thing?" Raymond finally broke the silence, his voice barely audible above the thrum of adrenaline in my ears. "I don't know," I whispered back, eyes still fixed ahead on the darkness. "Let's just stay quiet." He nodded, leaning forward slightly, eyes scanning the darkness outside with frantic intensity. The moon had shifted position, offering barely enough light to outline shapes beyond the truck. Shadows stretched long and distorted across the sand, shifting with every passing cloud. The landscape seemed alive, moving, threatening. Minutes dragged on endlessly. My eyes burned from staring unblinkingly at the same vista, afraid to even blink in case something approached during that fraction of a second. My neck ached from the tension, muscles locked tight. Then Raymond stiffened suddenly, his back pressed hard against the seat. "It's back," he breathed. I leaned forward, squinting into the gloom, scanning the ridgeline where we'd first seen the figure. At first nothing seemed different, just the same desolate landscape of rock and brush, painted in shades of black and gray. But as my eyes adjusted, focusing on the middle distance, I saw movement near the base of the ridge. It stood upright now, frozen in place, staring directly toward us. Even from this distance, I could feel the weight of its gaze, could sense the intelligence behind those reflecting eyes. My heart slammed violently in my chest, pulse roaring in my ears. Without warning, the creature began descending again, this time more rapidly. It moved with that same bizarre gait, knees turning inward, stepping forward in jerky, halting motions that looked painful. Its limbs swung awkwardly, too long for its body, like a puppet with strings pulled by an amateur handler. Each stride felt unnatural, disconnected, like it was trying to imitate something human but failing horribly. "It's coming this way." Raymond's voice trembled, panic seeping through every syllable. I gripped the revolver tighter, swallowing hard against the dryness in my throat. "Stay calm." But calm felt impossible. My entire body screamed at me to run, to start the engine and flee regardless of the consequences to the radiator. Only the knowledge that we might not make it a mile before breaking down completely kept me frozen in place. The figure dropped onto all fours again, head still locked forward in our direction, and began crawling fast, disturbingly fluid but backward. The speed was shocking, covering ground impossibly quickly, like watching a film play in reverse at double speed. Raymond's breath hitched sharply beside me. "Oh God, oh God." I fumbled for the flashlight in the center console, desperate to see clearly, to understand what we were facing. My fingers closed around the metal cylinder and I yanked it free, snapping it on and aiming the bright beam straight toward the approaching form. It froze instantly, bathed in the harsh white glare. My stomach twisted violently. The creature stood slowly, rising to its full height in the flashlight beam. It was taller than I'd guessed, nearly 7 feet, maybe more. Its long limbs hung loosely from its gaunt frame, covered unevenly with patches of dark fur that looked matted and filthy. In places, bare skin stretched tight over visible ribs, pale gray under the beam of light, almost translucent. But worst of all was its head, elongated, canine-like, but with a flattened face that suggested something more than simple animal. The eyes reflected back a sickly yellow glow, unblinking, fixed on us with an intensity that felt almost personal. Its jaw was partially open, revealing rows of sharp, irregular teeth that looked designed for tearing flesh. "Shoot it," Raymond shouted frantically, his voice cracking with terror. I raised the revolver skyward with shaking hands and squeezed the trigger. The sharp crack of the gunshot reverberated across the valley, echoing off distant canyon walls. The muzzle flash illuminated everything for a split second. The creature, the rocks, Raymond's terrified face beside me. The creature recoiled sharply at the sound, its head jerking backward as if struck. For a moment I thought I'd hit it, but no, it was reacting to the noise itself, to the sudden violence of the sound in the silent night. Then, without hesitation, it dropped once more to all fours. With a speed I'd never imagined possible, it bolted sideways, moving perpendicular to us, disappearing instantly behind a cluster of rocks 30 yards to our left. The movement was fluid, predatory, efficient. My hands shook uncontrollably. I glanced at Raymond, whose eyes were wide, pupils dilated with pure terror, his face drained of color even in the dim light. Neither of us moved or spoke. We barely breathed. The revolver felt inadequate now, small and useless against whatever was out there. 6 rounds, that's all I had, and I'd just wasted one firing into empty air. For another long stretch of silence, we waited, too frightened to even shift position. I kept the flashlight pointed toward where the creature had vanished, but saw nothing, just rock and shadow and empty space. Then from behind us, a faint scratching noise started, metallic, scraping gently along the truck bed. The sound was deliberate, methodical, like fingers dragging across steel. Julian Raymond hissed softly, his voice barely a whisper. "I hear it," I answered through clenched teeth, glancing into the rearview mirror. Nothing showed in the limited view, but the sound continued, a careful, deliberate scraping along the metal surface. My nerves felt raw, exposed. Every instinct screamed at me not to leave the truck, not to expose myself. But I couldn't sit here blind, not knowing what was happening behind us. Slowly, cautiously, I cracked open the driver's door, flashlight in one hand, revolver in the other. The cold air rushed in immediately. My pulse hammered painfully in my ears, so loud I was certain anything outside could hear it. Stepping out, I shined the beam toward the back of the truck, heart lodged in my throat, finger tight on the trigger. The bed was empty, no marks, no footprints, no animal or shape retreating into the darkness, only sand and rock, quiet and still. The tailgate was latched, undisturbed. I stood there for a long moment, scanning the surrounding area with the flashlight, trying to understand what I'd heard. The wind had picked up slightly, perhaps enough to move something loose in the bed. But I knew that wasn't it. The sound had been too deliberate, too consistent. I climbed back inside, locking the doors firmly behind me. Neither of us relaxed. Raymond stared forward blankly, arms folded tightly across his chest, breathing shallow and rapid. "What's happening?" he finally asked, his voice small and lost. "I don't know," I admitted quietly. "I honestly don't know." By 4:30, the world beyond the windshield felt lifeless, suspended in that peculiar darkness that exists in the hours before dawn. The moon had set, leaving only starlight, thousands of points of light that did nothing to illuminate the ground. I'd kept the flashlight on for a while, sweeping it periodically across the landscape, but the battery was dying and I needed to conserve it. We sat in near total darkness now, relying on what little our eyes could gather from the stars above. Then I caught movement again on the ridge ahead, not the same location as before, but further east, closer to where the road curved around the bluff. This time it wasn't just one figure. It was several. Shadows crouched low, perched silently along the sandstone rim like gargoyles on a cathedral. I counted at least 4, maybe 5 distinct shapes, spaced evenly along the ridge. They didn't advance, didn't howl, didn't move at all. They just waited, unmoving, eyes reflecting dully in the thin starlight. My throat constricted. Raymond let out a long, shaky breath beside me. "They're watching us," he whispered numbly. "I know," I murmured back, dread settling heavy inside me like a physical weight. "We just have to make it to sunrise." The figures remained perfectly still, maintaining their positions like sentries. I couldn't tell if they were the same creature we'd seen earlier or different ones. The distance and darkness made it impossible to distinguish details, but the posture was similar, too tall, too angular, wrong in fundamental ways. Minutes passed like hours. I kept glancing at the dashboard clock, willing it to move faster. 4:52, 5:03. Raymond had closed his eyes at some point, though I knew he wasn't sleeping. His breathing was too irregular, too controlled. He was simply trying to retreat somewhere inside himself, somewhere safer than this truck surrounded by things that shouldn't exist. Around 5:15, one of the figures on the ridge stood slowly, rising to its full height. Even at this distance, the movement was unmistakable, fluid and disturbing. It turned its head slowly, scanning the valley, then dropped back down to its crouch. They were communicating somehow, coordinating. The realization sent ice through my veins. I dealt with predators before: mountain lions, bears, even a pack of feral dogs once. But those were animals, operating on instinct and hunger. This felt different. This felt intelligent, purposeful. "Julian," Raymond said quietly, eyes still closed. "If we don't make it—" "Don't," I cut him off sharply. "Don't talk like that. We're going to be fine." He opened his eyes, looking at me directly for the first time in over an hour. "You don't believe that?" He was right. I didn't. But saying it aloud would make it real, would give the fear permission to consume us completely. "Dawn is coming," I said instead, more to convince myself than him. "Whatever they are, they'll leave when the sun rises." "How do you know?" I didn't answer, because I didn't know. It was nothing more than desperate hope, a prayer to any god who might be listening. When the first faint glow of sunrise began to seep over the horizon, it felt as if the weight pressing on my chest finally loosened. The sky transformed slowly from black to deep purple, then to shades of pink and orange that painted the canyon walls with color. Raymond was still rigid beside me, gripping his knees as if bracing for another nightmare to emerge. Neither of us had managed even a moment of real rest after seeing those things, watching silently from the ridgeline. In the pale dawn, everything around us slowly transformed. The jagged cliffs softened into shades of red and gold, the dark brush brightening into greens and browns, the landscape becoming more familiar, less threatening, normal. I scanned the ridgeline anxiously, searching for the figures we'd seen throughout the night. The outcrop was empty now, nothing but rock and sparse vegetation. They'd vanished sometime in the last hour, retreating to wherever they'd come from. I forced myself out of the truck, legs stiff and shaky from hours of immobility. My breath fogged in the morning chill as I moved cautiously toward the hood, revolver still firmly in hand. The weight of it had become familiar, comforting even. Raymond followed, nervously scanning the hills as I lifted the hood and peered inside. The radiator had cooled down enough now, steam no longer rising from the components. With careful, slow movements, I began pouring water from our reserve into the reservoir. It trickled and gurgled quietly, steam rising slightly, but no longer violently hissing like before. I breathed a small sigh of relief. "Think it'll hold?" Raymond asked, voice low and cautious, eyes never leaving the surrounding landscape. "It better," I muttered, tightening the cap carefully. "We're not staying here any longer." Just as I twisted the radiator cap shut, the quiet hum of tires on pavement approached from the distance, startling both of us. We turned quickly, shielding our eyes against the glare of morning sun, and watched as a white utility truck slowed and pulled up on the roadside behind us. An older Navajo man climbed out, dressed in worn coveralls with a weathered face that showed years of working outdoors. His expression was calm, unreadable as he moved toward us. He glanced briefly at the revolver I was still gripping, but made no comment.
"Trouble with your vehicle?"
he asked plainly, his voice carrying the distinctive accent of the region. Embarrassed, I tucked the weapon into my waistband. "Overheated," I answered cautiously, studying his face for any reaction. "Think it'll be okay now." The man nodded thoughtfully, his eyes calmly scanning the valley beyond us, taking in the landscape with the familiarity of someone who'd traveled these roads countless times. Without further comment, he walked back to his truck, pulled a large plastic jug from behind the seat, and returned to hand it to me. "Here, drink some water." We drank gratefully, the water cold and sharp, helping to clear the fog of exhaustion and fear. The simple act of drinking, of performing something normal and human, helped ground us back in reality. The man watched patiently as we finished, never once questioning why two young men looked so pale and shaken in the early morning chill. His eyes were kind but knowing, as if he understood more than he was saying. Finally, he gestured vaguely toward the canyon walls and the sandstone ridges that stretched across the horizon. He spoke softly but clearly, choosing his words with care. "You boys should head out now," he advised gently. "Things move between those canyons when the moon is thin. Best not to linger." His tone carried certainty, not superstition. He'd lived here, knew these lands and their secrets better than we ever could. There was no judgment in his voice, only pragmatic warning. Raymond and I exchanged a glance, both knowing it was time to leave. No explanations, no questions. The man's warning had been clear enough, and we had no desire to test its accuracy. "Thank you," I managed, returning the water jug. He accepted it with a slight nod. "Drive safe, stay on the main roads." We climbed back into our truck, movements mechanical, operating on autopilot. As I turned the key, the engine rumbled smoothly to life, bringing instant relief that washed over me like warm water. The sound was beautiful, normal, reliable, everything the night had not been. Without looking back, I guided us carefully onto the road, headed toward US Route 91. Neither of us spoke as we drove south, shadows gradually shrinking under the climbing sun. In the rearview mirror, I watched the sandstone bluffs recede into the distance, becoming smaller and less threatening with each passing mile. The Navajo man's truck remained parked on the shoulder, a white speck against the red landscape. I wondered how long he'd stay there, if he was waiting for something, or simply making sure we actually left. At the junction leading toward Shiprock, Raymond pointed hesitantly ahead. "Should we still try for the photos?" he asked, voice weak, almost uncertain. "No," I said firmly, not even considering it. "We're going west through Montezuma Creek. We're leaving Arizona behind." He nodded quietly, visibly relieved, leaning back against his seat, closing his eyes briefly for the first time since the night began. The tension in his shoulders began to ease slightly as the miles accumulated between us and Red Valley. The landscape gradually changed as we drove, becoming more populated, more civilized. Gas stations appeared, then small houses, then actual towns with traffic lights and convenience stores. The normal world reasserted itself, making the events of the night feel increasingly surreal, dreamlike. We stopped for gas in Bluff around 8:30 a.m. Raymond pumped while I went inside to pay and grab coffee. The fluorescent lights were harsh after the darkness, the aisles filled with ordinary things, candy bars, magazines, motor oil. A middle-aged woman worked the register, barely glancing at us as she processed the transaction. Everything was aggressively normal, almost offensively so, after what we'd experienced. Back in the truck, we continued west through the Utah desert. Raymond finally spoke around 10 a.m., breaking hours of silence. "Julian, what do we tell people?" I'd been thinking about the same question, turning it over in my mind repeatedly. "Nothing," I said finally. "We tell them nothing." "But who would believe us?" I interrupted. "Who could we tell this to without sounding completely insane?" He was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window at the passing landscape. "So we just forget about it?" "Can you?" I asked honestly. "No," he admitted quietly. "I don't think I ever will." By the time we crossed into Utah proper, the sun was bright overhead, the landscape empty and open under clear blue skies. Even in the broad daylight, the memories from the darkness clung stubbornly, refusing to fade. Every time I closed my eyes, even for a moment, I saw that figure on the ridge, heard that howl echoing across the valley. We drove straight through to Santa Fe, stopping only for gas and food. The truck ran fine, the radiator holding steady, as if the breakdown had never happened. By the time we pulled into my driveway around 8 p.m., we'd been awake for nearly 40 hours straight. Raymond gathered his camera equipment still unused, the photos never taken, and headed to his car without much ceremony. We'd barely spoken for the last 100 miles, both lost in our own thoughts. "Raymond," I called as he opened his car door. He turned, looking exhausted, years older than he had 2 days ago. "We don't talk about this," I said firmly. "Not to anyone, not ever." He nodded slowly. "Yeah, okay." A few days later, back home in Santa Fe, I found myself sitting on the front porch, staring numbly into space, the phone loosely in my hand. All the planned sightseeing, photographs, and stories we'd meant to gather had vanished, replaced by the uneasy weight of something we couldn't explain, something that still lingered at the edge of our consciousness. The planned family dinner to share our photos and stories had been quietly canceled. Raymond had called in sick to work for 3 days straight. I'd returned to the oil fields, but found myself distracted, jumping at shadows, finishing my routes earlier than necessary to avoid being caught out after dark. My phone buzzed sharply, startling me from my thoughts. It was Raymond. A simple, short text appeared on my screen. "Did you tell anyone?" I hesitated only briefly, then typed back a quick response. "No, let's never go back there." His reply came almost immediately. "Agreed." I tossed the phone onto the table beside me, leaning back in my chair. Above, the sun was warm, the air calm and clear. Neighbors walked past on the sidewalk. Kids rode bikes. A dog barked somewhere down the street. Life continued exactly as it had before, indifferent to what Raymond and I had witnessed in Red Valley. Yet somewhere deep inside, the howl still echoed, distant but unmistakable, rising slowly like a forgotten memory that refused to fade away. I knew with absolute certainty that I would hear that sound for the rest of my life, in quiet moments, in darkness, in the space between waking and sleeping. Whatever we'd encountered in those canyons, it had marked us somehow, changed us in ways I was only beginning to understand. The world felt different now, larger and more dangerous, filled with things that existed just beyond the edge of firelight and human understanding. I never drove through Navajo country again. Even years later, working different fields in different states, I avoided Route 191 and everything north of Farmington. Some shortcuts, I learned, weren't worth taking. Some photographs weren't worth capturing. And some things, once seen, could never be unseen, no matter how desperately you wanted to forget. The memory lived on, persistent and patient, waiting in the darkness of Red Valley for the next traveler, foolish enough to break down under a thin moon, surrounded by ridges where ancient things still moved between the canyons, watching and waiting with yellow eyes that never blinked. The thing about horror is that it doesn't announce itself. It creeps in quietly, disguised as just another ordinary day. That's how it started for me, June 15, 2015, a Monday morning in Payson, Arizona, that began like any other. The summer heat was already building, the kind that makes the pine trees release their sweet resinous scent into the air. I remember thinking it was going to be a quiet day. I'm Mark Bennett. Back then, I'd been with the Payson Sheriff's Department for 5 years, long enough to know every pothole and back road in our little slice of Arizona. Payson's the kind of town where everybody knows everybody else's business, where the biggest excitement usually comes from Mrs. Henderson's cat getting stuck in a tree, or the occasional drunk tourist wandering off the hiking trails. The job suited me. After 2 tours in Afghanistan with the Marines, I craved the predictability of small-town law enforcement. My wife Sarah, she was still alive then, used to tease me about being the most overqualified deputy in Gila County. All that combat training, she'd say, and here you are writing parking tickets. That morning started with coffee at Margie's Diner, same as always. The regulars were there, old Pete nursing his bottomless cup, Nancy wiping down counters that were already clean, Tommy Wilson arguing about the Diamondbacks' chances this season. The normalcy of it all stands out in my memory now, sharp and painful as a fresh wound. The call came in around 9:30 a.m. Mrs. Elwood at the general store reporting a petty theft. Some kid had grabbed a bag of chips and a candy bar. Standard stuff. I knew who it probably was before I even got there. Danny Owens, 14 years old and already well acquainted with trouble. His mother was a mess, cycling through rehab programs like TV channels, leaving Danny to basically raise himself. I remember pulling up to the store, the bell above the door jingling as I walked in. Mrs. Elwood was there, her silver hair pulled back in its usual tight bun, her face pinched with concern. But there was something else in her expression, something that made me pause. "Mark," she said, using my first name like most people in town did. I wouldn't have called, but there's something not right with that boy. The way he looked when he came in, I've never seen him like that before. I nodded, pulled out my notebook, more out of habit than necessity. "Tell me what you saw, Eleanor." He was scared, Mark, really scared. Not the usual guilty look kids get when they're up to no good. This was different. He kept looking over his shoulder, like something was following him, and when he ran out, I swear he was crying. That detail caught my attention. Danny was a tough kid, the kind who'd rather take a beating than show weakness. If he was crying in public, something was very wrong. "I'll head out to the trailer," I told her. "Check on him. Make sure everything's okay." "Be careful," she said, touching my arm. There's something in his eyes reminded me of my Henry, right before the end. Henry Elwood had died in Vietnam decades ago. I'd seen his picture behind the counter, a handsome young man in dress uniform, his eyes haunted by things he'd seen in the jungle. The comparison sent a chill down my spine. The drive out to the Owens place gave me time to think. The trailer sat at the end of Creek Road, past where the pavement turns to gravel and the neat rows of houses give way to scattered mobile homes and patches of dense forest. It was the kind of place where people went when they wanted to be left alone, or when they had nowhere else to go. I knew the route well enough, had been out there plenty of times for domestic calls when Danny's mom was using, or when neighbors complained about strange noises in the night. But something felt different this time. The air seemed heavier, the shadows between the trees deeper somehow. The first sign that something was truly wrong came when I pulled up to the trailer. Usually there'd be music blaring, or the TV running too loud, or at least the sound of Danny's beat-up skateboard on the wooden ramp he'd built in the yard. But today, there was nothing, just silence, broken only by the ticking of my cruiser's cooling engine and the whisper of wind through the pines. The yard was a mess of rusted car parts and old tires, same as always. But there was something new, tracks in the dirt, large tracks, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. At the time I told myself they must be from some piece of construction equipment, though I knew deep down that wasn't right. They were too organic, too intentional. I approached the trailer, one hand resting on my sidearm out of instinct. The screen door hung askew on its hinges, swaying slightly in the breeze. Through the torn mesh, I could see that the main door was open, revealing darkness beyond. "Danny?" I called out. "It's Deputy Bennett. Just want to talk about what happened at the store." No answer, just that heavy silence, broken now by the creak of the screen door in the wind. That's when I noticed the smell, copper and decay, a smell I recognized from my time overseas, the smell of death. I drew my weapon and radioed for backup. "Dispatch, this is Bennett. I'm at the Owens residence on Creek Road. Something's not right here. Requesting additional units." "Copy that, Deputy Bennett. Units en route. ETA 15 minutes. 15 minutes. In a town like Payson, that was as fast as it got. I knew I should wait, follow protocol, secure the perimeter. But then I heard it, a soft whimper from inside the trailer. The sound of someone trying very hard to be quiet and failing. Sometimes being a good cop means knowing when to break the rules. I moved forward, gun ready, and entered the darkness of the Owens trailer. What I found inside would change everything, not just for me, but for the entire town of Payson. The horror was just beginning. The interior of the trailer hit me like a physical force, the smell stronger now, mixed with stale beer and something else, something that made the primitive part of my brain scream danger. Sunlight filtered through the dirty windows in thin shafts, illuminating swirling dust motes and revealing a scene of chaos. The living room was trashed, furniture overturned, the cheap particle board coffee table splintered as if something massive had crashed through it. Dark stains marked the threadbare carpet, some old, some fresh enough to still be wet. I didn't need my training to recognize blood when I saw it. "Danny?" I called again, softer now, sweeping my flashlight beam across the debris. "It's Deputy Bennett. Are you hurt?" Another whimper, clearer this time, coming from upstairs. The sound sent ice through my veins. It wasn't Danny's voice. It was younger, higher pitched, a child. The stairs protested under my weight as I climbed, each creaking board a potential giveaway of my position. The upper floor was a narrow hallway with 3 doors. 2 stood open, revealing empty rooms in similar states of destruction. The third was closed. As I approached the closed door, my flashlight beam caught something on the wall that made me freeze. Claw marks, deep gouges in the wooden paneling, each groove wide enough to fit my thumb. They ran from about 7 feet up, all the way down to the floor, as if something massive had tried to anchor itself against being pulled away. The whimpering was coming from behind that closed door. I reached for the handle, my palms slick with sweat on the grip of my Glock. The door opened with agonizing slowness, revealing what had once been Danny's bedroom. The destruction here was absolute. The window was shattered, glass crunching under my boots as I entered. Posters hung in tatters from the walls, and Danny's prized skateboard collection lay scattered in pieces across the floor. But it was the closet that drew my attention, specifically the pile of clothes that seemed to be moving slightly. "Hello," I called softly, approaching the closet. "It's okay, I'm here to help." The pile of clothes shifted and a small face emerged, tear-streaked and dirty, but immediately recognizable. Sarah Wilson, 6 years old, reported missing 2 days ago. The search had been concentrated around her family's trailer, a quarter-mile down the creek. Nobody had thought to look here. "Sarah," I said, holstering my weapon and crouching down to her level. "It's okay, sweetheart. You're safe now." She launched herself at me, tiny arms wrapping around my neck with desperate strength. Her whole body trembled as she sobbed into my shoulder. "The monster," she whispered between hiccuping breaths. "It took Danny. It took him away." My blood ran cold. "What monster, Sarah? What did you see?" But she just shook her head, burying her face deeper into my uniform. I needed to get her out of there, get her somewhere safe. Questions could wait. I carried her down the stairs and out to my cruiser, where I radioed an update to dispatch. "I've got Sarah Wilson, alive but distressed. No sign of Danny Owens or his mother. Scene shows signs of violence. We're going to need crime scene units out here." I wrapped Sarah in a blanket from my trunk and gave her some water from my canteen. She wouldn't let go of my hand, wouldn't stop looking at the tree line behind the trailer with wide, frightened eyes. The backup arrived in force, 3 more deputies, followed shortly by Chief Rogers himself. The old man took one look at the scene and his weathered face went gray. "Bennett," he said, his voice low, "what the hell happened here?" I shook my head. "I don't know, Chief, but whatever it was." I glanced at Sarah, who had finally fallen into an exhausted sleep in the back of my cruiser. Whatever it wasn't natural. The investigation that followed would shake our small town to its core, forcing us to confront something that had no place in our understanding of the world. But as I stood there in the morning sun, watching the chief organize search parties and crime scene technicians photograph those impossible claw marks, I already knew one thing for certain. Payson would never be the same. The search for Danny Owens began at dawn the next day. We assembled in the parking lot of the First Baptist Church. Deputies, state police, volunteers from town. Chief Rogers stood on the bed of his pickup truck, outlining search grids and protocols. His voice was steady, professional, but I could see the worry in his eyes. "Remember," he said, "this is a potential crime scene. You find anything at all, you radio it in. Nobody plays hero today." I was paired with Walker, the head park ranger for the Tonto National Forest. He was an old-timer, lean as jerky with eyes that had seen too much. As we headed into the woods, he kept touching the rifle slung across his back, like a man saying rosary beads. "Something ain't right about this," he muttered as we pushed through the underbrush. "Them tracks back at the trailer ain't natural." I nodded, remembering those massive gouges in the wall. "You ever seen anything like that before?" Walker was quiet for a long moment. "Once," he finally said, "back in '82, found a campsite up near the rim, torn apart like something had a temper tantrum. Same kind of marks. Never did find the campers." The forest grew denser as we moved away from town. The pine trees here were old, their branches weaving together overhead to create a perpetual twilight. The air was thick with the smell of sap and rotting leaves. Every so often we'd hear calls from other search teams echoing through the trees. Danny Owens." Around midday, Walker suddenly stopped, holding up his hand for silence. He pointed to a break in the undergrowth ahead. A game trail, but something was wrong with it. The plants were crushed flat, not just parted like deer or elk would do. And there was that smell again, the one from the trailer, stronger now. We followed the trail, our boots silent on the pine needles. It led us to a small clearing, and there we found the first real evidence that something impossible was happening in Payson. The clearing was a scene of violence. The ground was torn up, trees scarred with those same claw marks we'd seen at the trailer, and there, caught on a broken branch, was a scrap of fabric, the same Phoenix Suns t-shirt Danny had been wearing when he disappeared. Walker grabbed his radio. "Control, this is Search Team 7. We found..." A sound cut through the forest, stopping him mid-sentence. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Not quite a roar, not quite a scream, but something in between. It echoed off the trees, making it impossible to tell which direction it came from. But it was close, very close. Walker's face went pale. Without a word, he unslung his rifle. I drew my sidearm, scanning the tree line. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, nothing but our own breathing and the pounding of blood in my ears. Movement caught my eye, something massive shifting in the shadows beneath the pines. It was there and gone so fast I might have imagined it, but Walker had seen it too. He raised his rifle. But before he could aim, all hell broke loose. It came at us from the left, a blur of dark fur and impossible speed. I caught glimpses as it moved larger than a bear, running on two legs but hunched over like some prehistoric thing. The eyes were what haunted me later, intelligent, hate-filled, glowing like hot coals in its shadowed face. Walker got off 2 shots before it reached him. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. The creature didn't even slow down. It took him with one swipe of those massive claws, tossing him aside like a rag doll. I fired my entire magazine, the bullets seeming to have no more effect than bee stings. Then it turned those burning eyes on me. I'd like to say I stood my ground, that I faced the monster with courage. But instinct took over. I ran, crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, lungs burning as I pushed myself harder than I ever had before. Behind me I could hear it coming, the heavy footfalls, the snapping of branches, that terrible breathing that sounded almost like laughter. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that desperate flight. But eventually, I burst out of the trees onto Creek Road, nearly getting hit by a passing truck. When I looked back, the forest was still. Whatever had chased me had retreated back into its domain. Walker's body was found 3 days later. The official report called it an animal attack, probably a bear. Danny Owens was never found at all. What followed was a summer of terror in Payson. The creature we never did agree on what to call it seemed to grow bolder after that first encounter. It started taking pets from backyards, then livestock from the outlying farms. People would wake to find those massive claw marks on their walls like it was taunting us. The attacks escalated. 2 hikers from Phoenix disappeared in July. Their campsite was found in the same condition as the Owens trailer, torn apart with those same tracks in the soft earth. August brought 3 more disappearances. By September, people were leaving town. Those who stayed never went out after dark. We tried everything. The state sent in wildlife experts who left scratching their heads. The feds showed up with their tactical teams and high-tech equipment. They lasted 2 weeks before pulling out, after losing 2 agents to what they officially termed an unknown predator. Chief Rogers died of a heart attack in October. The night before, he'd called me to his office, poured us both a drink, and confessed that he'd known about the creature for years. "It's been here all along," he said, his voice heavy with guilt. We just pretended it wasn't easier that way." I took over as acting chief after that. Spent the winter trying to keep what was left of the town safe. We instituted curfews, organized armed patrols, set up floodlights around the town perimeter. It helped some. The creature seemed less likely to venture into well-lit areas, less likely to attack groups. But we couldn't maintain that level of vigilance forever. People got tired, got careless, and the creature, it learned, adapted, started using tactics that showed an intelligence that was perhaps the most terrifying thing about it. The end came in the spring of 2016, though calling it an end might be too optimistic. What really happened was more like a stalemate. It started with Sarah Wilson. She'd never really recovered from her ordeal, barely spoke except to scream through her nightmares. But one morning in April, she walked into the station, calm as could be, and said she needed to tell me something. "It's not just one," she said, her voice flat. "There's a whole family of them, living in caves up on the rim. They've been there forever." Danny said they used to be people, a long time ago, before they changed. I asked her how she knew this, but she just shook her head and wouldn't say more. That night we heard the screams again, but this time there were many voices in that horrible chorus. The town's lights went out all at once, plunging us into darkness. What followed was chaos. Multiple attacks, coordinated, hitting different parts of town simultaneously. We fought back as best we could, but how do you fight something that shrugs off bullets, that can tear through walls like paper, that moves faster than any natural creature should? By dawn, half the town was in ruins. But we'd gotten lucky, if you can call it that. One of the creatures, a younger one maybe, got careless, ran across Main Street just as Tom Wilson was coming out of his garage with a load of fireworks left over from the 4th of July. Tom, who'd never gotten over what happened to his daughter, didn't hesitate. He lit the whole box and threw it. The explosion didn't kill the creature, but it did something better. It drove it back into the forest, screaming in pain and fear. The others followed, retreating from the light and noise. We found out later that fire was one of the few things they truly feared. After that night, things changed. The creatures still lived in the forest, still hunted on the edges of town, but they were more cautious now, and we were better prepared. We set up a system of firework launchers around town, ready to create instant daylight if needed. Started controlled burns in the forest, pushing their hunting grounds further back. It's not a perfect solution. People still disappear sometimes, especially tourists who don't know better than to go hiking alone. But we've learned to live with it, learned to respect the boundaries between their territory and ours. That's the truth about what happened in Payson, or at least as much of the truth as I understand. Some people say we should have tried harder to kill them, should have burned the whole forest down if that's what it took. Others say we're lucky they didn't wipe us out completely. Me, I think about what Chief Rogers said, about how they've always been here. Maybe this is their land more than it's ours. Maybe all we can do is learn to coexist, to respect the darkness and the things that live in it. I still serve as chief of police, still patrol our quiet streets, still respond to calls about stolen candy bars and loose dogs. But I never go into the forest anymore. None of us do, not if we can help it. At night, sometimes I hear them calling to each other across the dark miles. Those sounds don't frighten me as much as they used to. They're just a reminder that the world is bigger and stranger than we like to pretend, that there are some mysteries better left unsolved. Sarah Wilson left town last year, gone to live with relatives in California. Before she left, she told me one last thing about her time with the creatures. She said they weren't evil, not really, just hungry and ancient and alone. I think about that sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind carries their voices down from the rim. I think about Danny Owens, about Walker, about all the others we lost. And I wonder if somewhere in those dark woods they're still out there, still watching, still waiting. Because that's the thing about horror, it never really ends. It just changes shape, becomes something we learn to live with. Here in Payson, we've learned that lesson well. Every town has its secrets. These are ours. In 1988, I found myself working as a ranger at Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. The name's Hank Reardon, and if you'd told me then what I'd encounter in those woods, I'd have laughed it off as a campfire tale. But sometimes, reality is far more terrifying than any story. I wasn't born to be a ranger. Hell, I stumbled into it after a brief, unremarkable career in construction. Swinging hammers wasn't my forte, and the promise of fresh air and open spaces lured me away from the cacophony of city life. 8 years into the job, I can say with certainty it's been both the best and worst decision I've ever made. Shenandoah National Park is a vast expanse of wilderness, over 200,000 acres of dense forest, winding rivers and trails that snake through the Blue Ridge Mountains. It's the kind of place where you can lose yourself in minutes if you don't know what you're doing. Luckily for me, I had a knack for navigation. Little did I know that this skill would be put to the ultimate test. The day everything changed started like any other. The crisp autumn air nipped at my face as I made my way to the ranger station. The leaves were just beginning to turn, painting the landscape in a riot of reds, oranges, and golds. It was the kind of day that reminded you why you chose this life, why you decided to make your office the great outdoors. As I entered the station, I noticed a flurry of activity. My colleague Ranger Bill Hawkins was on the phone, his brow furrowed in concern. He motioned for me to come over as he hung up. "We've got a situation, Hank," he said, his usually jovial face etched with worry. "A hiker's gone missing, college kid named Noah Hensley. He was last seen heading up the old Rag Mountain Trail yesterday afternoon. Didn't make it back to his campsite last night." I felt a knot form in my stomach. The old Rag Trail was notorious, even among experienced hikers. Steep, rocky, with treacherous scrambles that could turn deadly in bad weather or low light. And now we had an inexperienced kid lost up there. "Any idea how prepared he was?" I asked, already reaching for my gear. Bill shook his head. "Not much. His friend said he had a small backpack with some water and snacks. No overnight gear, though. And get this, he went up there alone." I cursed under my breath. Solo hiking was risky enough for seasoned outdoorsmen, let alone a college kid probably more used to navigating campus quads than mountain trails. "All right," I said. "I'll head up there with Emma and Tom. We'll start at the trailhead and work our way up." Emma Garrison and Tom Huxley were two of our best. If anyone could find this kid, it was us. As I gathered my equipment, first aid kit, extra water, emergency blanket, radio, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Something about this felt off, different from our usual search and rescue operations. Outside, the sky had darkened, heavy clouds rolling in from the west. A storm was brewing, both literally and figuratively. As we loaded up our gear and prepared to head out, I caught Emma's eye. She looked as unsettled as I felt. "You okay?" I asked. She nodded, but her eyes betrayed her uncertainty.
Yeah, I don't know. Something feels wrong about this one, Hank.
I couldn't agree more, but I kept that to myself. No use in spreading more anxiety. "We'll find him," I said with more confidence than I felt. "Let's move out." As our vehicle wound its way up the mountain road towards the old rag trailhead, I couldn't help but feel like we were heading into something far beyond our usual scope. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees casting long shadows across the road. It was as if nature itself was trying to warn us, to keep us away from whatever was waiting for us up on that mountain. But we had a job to do, a life to save, and so into the gathering gloom we went, unaware that we were about to face a horror beyond anything we could have imagined. The old rag trailhead parking lot was eerily empty when we arrived. Usually, even on a weekday, you'd see a handful of cars belonging to day hikers or rock climbers. But today there was only one vehicle, a beat-up Volkswagen Beetle that I assumed belonged to our missing hiker, Noah. As we geared up, I briefed Emma and Tom on our plan. "We'll follow the main trail up to the first set of rock scrambles. That's about 3 miles in. If we don't find any sign of Noah by then, we'll split up and cover more ground. Keep your radios on at all times, and if anyone sees or hears anything unusual, call it in immediately." They nodded, their faces set with determination. We'd done search and rescue operations before, but something about this one felt different. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional gust of wind that sent leaves skittering across the ground. We set off up the trail, our boots crunching on the gravel path. The first mile was relatively easy, a gentle incline through a tunnel of trees. But as we climbed higher, the terrain became more challenging. The path narrowed, winding between massive boulders and along steep drop-offs. About 2 miles in, Tom held up a hand, signaling us to stop. "You smell that?" he asked, his nose wrinkled in disgust. I took a deep breath and immediately regretted it. A foul odor hung in the air, like rotting meat left out in the sun. It was unlike anything I'd encountered in my years as a ranger, not the musky scent of a bear or the pungent spray of a skunk. This was something else entirely. "Maybe an animal carcass nearby," Emma suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. I shook my head. "Let's keep moving, but stay alert." As we pressed on, the stench grew stronger. It seemed to cling to everything, the trees, the rocks, even our clothes. My stomach churned, and I could see Emma and Tom were equally affected. We reached the first set of rock scrambles just as the sun began to dip behind the mountains. The fading light cast long shadows across the jumble of boulders, creating a maze of dark crevices and hidden recesses. "Noah," I called out, my voice echoing off the rocks. "Noah Hensley, can you hear us?" Silence, then carried on the wind, a sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was faint, barely audible, but unmistakable, a low guttural growl. "Did you hear that?" Emma whispered, her eyes wide. Before I could respond, Tom's voice cut through the tension. "Over here, I found something." We scrambled over to where Tom was crouched behind a large boulder. There, half buried under a pile of leaves, was a torn backpack. The fabric was shredded, not in the way that would suggest it had caught on a branch or rock, but as if something had deliberately clawed it open. With gloved hands, I carefully turned the backpack over. The gashes in the fabric were deep, and around the edges of each tear was a dark, crusty substance that looked horribly like dried blood. "Jesus," Tom muttered. "What could have done this?" I shared a grim look with Emma. We'd seen our fair share of wildlife attacks, but this was different. The damage to the backpack was too deliberate, too vicious. "Radio it in," I told Emma. "Let them know we've found what we believe to be Noah's pack, but no sign of him yet." As Emma made the call, I continued to examine the backpack. Inside, I found a half-empty water bottle, a granola bar wrapper, and a crumpled map of the trail. But it was what I found in the front pocket that sent a chill down my spine. A small notebook, its pages stained with what looked like blood and filled with frantic, barely legible writing. I flipped through the pages, my sense of dread growing with each word I read. Day 1. Decided to take a solo hike up Old Rag. Clear my head before finals. Should be back by nightfall. Day 2. Got turned around. Can't find the trail. It's getting dark. Thought I heard something moving in the woods. Probably just an animal. Day 3. Still lost. No food left. Water almost gone. The noises are getting closer. It's not an animal. Oh God, I saw it. What is that thing? It's not natural. If anyone finds this, please don't come looking for me. Run. Just run. The last entry trailed off into an illegible scrawl. I looked up at Emma and Tom, their faces pale in the fading light. We need to get off this mountain, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Now. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew it was too late. From somewhere in the gathering darkness came that sound again, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the very rock beneath our feet. Whatever had taken Noah was still out there, and now it was hunting us. The growl echoed off the rocks, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. We huddled together, our backs to a large boulder, eyes straining to penetrate the deepening gloom. "What the hell was that?" Tom whispered, his hand hovering near his service pistol. I shook my head, trying to quell the rising panic in my chest. In all my years as a ranger, I'd never encountered anything that made a sound like that. It wasn't a bear, wasn't a mountain lion. It was something else. "We need to move," I said, keeping my voice low, slowly and quietly, back the way we came. Emma nodded, her face pale but determined. "What about Noah?" The weight of the decision pressed down on me. Our job was to find and rescue the missing hiker, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to get us off this mountain as fast as possible. "We're no good to him if we're dead," I finally said. "We'll come back with more people, better equipped." We began to inch our way back down the trail, every sense on high alert. The forest around us had gone eerily quiet, as if every living creature was holding its breath, waiting. We'd made it about 100 yards when Emma suddenly froze, her hand shooting out to grab my arm. "Look," she hissed, pointing to a spot just off the trail. At first I didn't see anything. Then as my eyes adjusted, I saw it, a set of tracks in the soft earth. But these weren't any animal tracks I'd ever seen before. They were huge, easily twice the size of a bear print, with long curved claw marks gouging deep into the soil. "What kind of animal makes tracks like that?" Tom asked, his voice trembling slightly. Before I could answer, a branch snapped somewhere in the darkness to our right. We all whirled toward the sound, flashlights cutting through the gloom. For a split second I saw it, a massive shape, hunched and twisted, its skin a mottled patchwork of fur and scales. But it was the eyes that froze the blood in my veins, glowing orbs of malevolent intelligence, fixed directly on us. Then it was gone, melting into the shadows with impossible speed for something so large. "Run," I yelled, all thoughts of stealth forgotten. We took off down the trail, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. Behind us I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, gaining on us with terrifying speed. Emma was in the lead, her years of trail running paying off as she nimbly navigated the treacherous path. Tom and I were right behind her, our lungs burning with the effort. Suddenly, Tom's foot caught on a root, sending him sprawling. I skidded to a stop, reaching down to haul him to his feet. But as I did, I saw it again. The creature, barely 20 yards behind us, its massive jaws open in a silent roar. Time seemed to slow. I saw every detail with horrifying clarity, the rows of jagged teeth, the saliva dripping from its mouth, the muscles bunching under its misshapen hide as it prepared to pounce. In that moment, I knew we were going to die. Then from somewhere ahead came the crack of a gunshot. The creature reared back, letting out a shriek that was part animal, part something much worse. "Come on," Emma shouted. She had doubled back, her service pistol in hand. We didn't need to be told twice. We ran, harder than I've ever run in my life, the sound of the creature's enraged howls spurring us on. We burst out of the tree line into a small clearing. In the center stood an old fire tower, its metal structure silhouetted against the night sky. "Up there," I gasped, pointing to the tower. "It's our only chance." We scrambled up the rusted metal ladder, the creature's roars growing closer with each passing second. As we reached the small platform at the top, I looked down. The creature burst into the clearing, its massive form illuminated by the pale moonlight. It circled the base of the tower, those terrible eyes fixed on us. For hours we huddled in that tower, watching as the thing below paced and snarled, occasionally hurling itself at the metal struts in a frenzy of claws and teeth. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, the creature finally slunk back into the forest, but not before fixing us with one last, hate-filled glare. We waited another hour before finally descending, our bodies stiff and sore, our minds struggling to process what we'd seen. As we made our way back down the mountain, I knew that nothing would ever be the same. We had seen something that shouldn't exist, something that defied explanation, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that this was only the beginning. The journey back to the ranger station was a blur of exhaustion and frayed nerves. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent our hearts racing. By the time we stumbled into the station, the sun was high in the sky, casting an incongruously cheerful light on our haggard faces. Chief Ranger Mike Callahan took one look at us and ushered us into his office, closing the door behind him. "What the hell happened out there?" he demanded, his gruff voice tinged with concern. For a moment, none of us spoke. How could we possibly explain what we'd seen? Who would believe us? Finally, I cleared my throat. "Mike, we found evidence that Noah Hensley was attacked. His backpack was torn to shreds. There was blood." Mike's face paled. "And Noah?" I shook my head. No sign of him. But there was something else out there. Something. I trailed off, unable to find the words. Emma stepped in. "Chief, we saw tracks, like nothing I've ever seen before, and we heard noises. It chased us." "Chased you?" Mike's eyebrows shot up. "What chased you? A bear?" Tom let out a bitter laugh. "I wish it had been a bear. This was something else, Chief. Something not natural." Mike looked at each of us in turn, his expression a mix of disbelief and growing unease. "All right," he said finally. "I want full reports from each of you. Every detail, no matter how small or unbelievable. In the meantime, I'm calling in additional support from the state police and Fish and Wildlife. Whatever's going on up there, we need to get to the bottom of it." As we left Mike's office, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. We had gone up that mountain as seasoned professionals, confident in our abilities to handle whatever nature threw our way. We had come back changed, our worldview shattered by an encounter with something that defied explanation. The next few days passed in a haze of debriefings, search parties, and sleepless nights. More rangers and state police combed the area where we had encountered the creature, but found nothing conclusive. No tracks, no fur, no sign of Noah Hensley or the thing that had taken him. It was as if the mountain itself was conspiring to hide the truth. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Even in the safety of the ranger station, I found myself jumping at shadows, my hand instinctively reaching for a weapon that wasn't there. Emma and Tom were no better off. I could see the haunted look in their eyes, the way they flinched at sudden noises. A week after our encounter, Chief Callahan called us into his office again. The circles under his eyes spoke of sleepless nights and mounting pressure from above. "I've got the state breathing down my neck," he said without preamble. "They want answers, and frankly, so do I. Your reports," he trailed off, shaking his head. "If it was anyone else, I'd say you were pulling my leg, or that you'd all gone crazy. But I know you three. You're the best rangers I've got." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Off the record, what do you think we're dealing with here?" I exchanged glances with Emma and Tom. We'd talked about this amongst ourselves, trying to rationalize what we'd seen. But in the end, there was only one conclusion we could draw. "Chief," I said slowly, "I know how this is going to sound, but I think we're dealing with something not of this world, something that shouldn't exist." Mike leaned back in his chair, his face unreadable. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, to my surprise, he nodded. "I was afraid you'd say that," he said quietly. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a dusty file folder. "What I'm about to show you doesn't leave this room," he said, his voice deadly serious. "If anyone asks, this conversation never happened. Understood?" We nodded, a sense of dread building in the pit of my stomach. Mike opened the folder and spread out a series of old photographs and reports. They were yellowed with age, some dating back to the 1950s. As I leaned in for a closer look, my blood ran cold. There, in grainy black and white, was a creature that looked disturbingly similar to what we had seen. The image was blurry, clearly taken in haste, but there was no mistaking the elongated limbs, the mottled skin, the gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. "What is this?" Emma whispered, her voice shaking. Mike sighed heavily. "It's a history we've tried to keep buried. Every few decades, something happens in these mountains. Hikers go missing, animals are found mutilated, and there are sightings, reports of something that doesn't belong." He shuffled through the papers. 1953, 1976, 1988. Now, always the same pattern. It appears, causes havoc for a few weeks or months, then vanishes without a trace. "Why haven't we heard about this before?" Tom demanded, his face flushed with anger. "We should have been warned." Mike held up a hand. "It was classified, need-to-know basis only, and frankly, until now I thought it was all bullshit. Ghost stories to scare the newbies." He looked at each of us in turn, his expression grim. "But now I'm not so sure. Whatever this thing is, it's back, and if history is any indication, it's going to get worse before it gets better." As I left Mike's office that day, my mind reeling from what I'd learned, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were standing on the precipice of something monumental, something that would change not just our lives, but our understanding of the world itself. Little did I know, our encounter on the mountain was just the beginning. The real horror was yet to come. The weeks following our revelation in Mike's office were tense, to say the least. The official story was that Noah Hensley had fallen victim to a tragic hiking accident, possibly involving a bear or mountain lion. Search efforts were scaled back, then eventually called off entirely. Noah's family was devastated, of course, but they accepted the explanation. After all, what other possibility was there? But for those of us who knew the truth, there was no peace. Every day brought a new wave of anxiety, wondering if today would be the day the creature struck again. We increased patrols, especially in the areas near Old Rag Mountain, but found nothing out of the ordinary. As September gave way to October, a fragile sense of normalcy began to return to the park. The autumn colors were in full swing, drawing leaf peepers from all over the country. Campgrounds filled up, hiking trails bustled with activity, and for a while it seemed like maybe minor, just maybe, the nightmare was over. I should have known better. It was a crisp Friday morning in late October when the call came in. A group of campers in the Big Meadows area had reported strange noises in the night, followed by the discovery of several mutilated deer carcasses near their campsite. As I drove out to the scene with Emma, the knot in my stomach tightened. We both knew what this could mean, but neither of us wanted to say it out loud. The campsite was a scene of barely controlled chaos when we arrived. Park police had already cordoned off the area, and a small crowd of curious onlookers had gathered at the perimeter. I could see the fear and confusion on their faces. They had come here for a peaceful communion with nature, not this. We made our way to where the carcasses had been found, just beyond the tree line bordering the meadow. The smell hit me first, that same rotting, fetid odor we had encountered on Old Rag. Then I saw them. 3 deer lay in a rough semicircle, their bodies torn apart with savage efficiency. But it wasn't the gore that chilled me to the bone. It was the precision. These weren't random animal attacks. The carcasses had been arranged deliberately, almost ritualistically. As Emma and I examined the scene, cataloging evidence and taking photographs, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and more than once I caught myself whirling around, certain I had seen movement in the shadows between the trees. But there was nothing there, nothing we could see anyway. As we finished up and prepared to head back to the station, Emma grabbed my arm. "Hank," she said, her voice low and urgent, "look at this." She pointed to a nearby tree. There, carved into the bark about 7 feet up, was a symbol. It looked like a crude stick figure, but with too many limbs, its head a distorted oval, with what looked like tentacles sprouting from it. "Jesus," I muttered. "What the hell is that supposed to be?" Emma shook her head, her face pale. "I don't know, but I've got a real bad feeling about this, Hank. Whatever this thing is, I think it's trying to send a message." I nodded grimly. "Yeah, and I think I know what that message is. I'm back, and I'm hungry. As we drove back to the station, the sun dipping below the horizon and casting long shadows across the road, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were entering a new phase of this nightmare. The creature wasn't just hunting anymore. It was playing with us, taunting us. And somehow, I knew that this was just the opening move in a game we weren't prepared to play. The next 2 weeks were a blur of increased patrols, sleepless nights, and mounting tension. More reports trickled in, hikers hearing strange noises, campers finding their sites ransacked, more mutilated animals discovered in remote areas of the park. We did our best to keep a lid on things, to prevent panic from spreading. But rumors have a way of growing, especially in small communities. Whispers of a monster in the woods began to circulate among the locals. Tourism started to drop off despite the peak colors of autumn. It was a Tuesday evening when everything came to a head. I was just finishing up my shift, looking forward to a rare night off, when the call came in. A family of 4 had gone missing from their campsite in the Lewis Mountain area. Their tent was found slashed open, signs of a struggle evident, but no blood or bodies. As I raced to the scene with a team of rangers and state police, I knew in my gut that this was it. The creature had escalated from animals to humans. The game, as it were, was truly on. The campsite was a scene of controlled chaos when we arrived. Floodlights had been set up, casting harsh shadows across the clearing. Forensic teams combed the area, collecting evidence and taking photographs. But even from a distance, I could see the fear in their eyes. They knew this was no ordinary missing persons case. I made my way over to where Chief Callahan was conferring with a state police detective. Mike's face was grim as he filled me in on the details. Family of 4, parents and 2 kids, ages 8 and 12, he said, his voice low. No sign of them anywhere, but we found this. He handed me a plastic evidence bag. Inside was a scrap of paper, torn and bloodstained. On it, in childish handwriting, were the words, "The stick man came. He's taking us to his home." I felt the blood drain from my face. "The stick man," I muttered, "like that symbol we found carved in the tree." Mike nodded. "Whatever this thing is, it's getting bolder. We need to end this, Hank. Tonight?" I looked at him, surprised. "What are you suggesting?" He glanced around, making sure no one was within earshot. "I've got a team assembling. Best trackers, best shots. We're going hunting." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Mike, you can't be serious. We don't know what we're dealing with here. It's too dangerous." He fixed me with a hard stare. "And leaving that family out there with that thing isn't dangerous. We swore an oath, Hank, to protect and serve. That's what we're going to do." I knew there was no talking him out of it, and deep down I knew he was right. We couldn't just sit back and wait for more people to disappear. "All right," I said finally, "I'm in, but we do this smart. No heroes, no lone wolves. We stick together, watch each other's backs." Mike nodded, a grim smile on his face. "Wouldn't have it any other way. Gear up, we move out in 30 minutes. As I went to prepare, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into something far beyond our understanding or capability. But we had no choice. The creature had thrown down the gauntlet, and we had to respond. Little did I know, as we geared up and prepared to venture into the dark heart of Shenandoah, that we were about to face a horror beyond anything we could have imagined. The true nature of the beast was about to be revealed, and nothing would ever be the same again. The night was oppressively dark as our team of 12, a mix of rangers and state police, set out from the Lewis Mountain campground. The moon was a mere sliver in the sky, offering little illumination as we made our way along the overgrown trail. We moved in silence, communicating with hand signals and the occasional whispered word. The weight of our mission hung heavy in the air. Somewhere out there a family was in mortal danger, if they were even still alive, and the thing that had taken them was waiting. I was on point, my years of experience in these woods guiding our path. We had decided to follow a series of caves and rock formations that honeycombed this part of the park. If the creature had a lair, it was likely to be in one of these. About 2 hours into our trek, Emma, who was bringing up the rear, suddenly held up a hand, signaling us to stop. We froze, every sense on high alert. For a long moment there was nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night. Then I heard it, a low keening wail that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a sound of pure anguish, not quite human, but not entirely animal either. "What the hell was that?" one of the state troopers whispered, his voice shaking. Before anyone could answer, the wail came again, louder this time, and now I could tell where it was coming from. Up ahead, near a large rock formation we locals called the Devil's Backbone. Mike signaled for us to move forward, his face set in grim determination. As we approached the rock formation, the wailing grew louder, more frantic. It was joined by other sounds, a rhythmic chanting in a language I didn't recognize, and underneath it all, a low rumbling growl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. We rounded a bend in the trail, and suddenly, there it was, the mouth of a cave, previously hidden by the twisting path, yawned before us. A sickly green light pulsed from within, casting writhing shadows on the rock face. The sounds were definitely coming from inside. As we watched, transfixed, a figure emerged from the cave. For a moment I thought it was human. Then it stepped into the moonlight, and I had to bite back a scream. It was vaguely humanoid, but that's where the resemblance ended. Its body was emaciated, skin stretched tight over an impossible frame. Multiple limbs, I counted at least 6, sprouted from its torso at odd angles. But it was the face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Where there should have been features, there was only a writhing mass of tentacles surrounding a gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. The thing paused at the entrance to the cave, its head swiveling in our direction. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that it had sensed us, that we were no longer the hunters, but the hunted. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then all hell broke loose. The creature let out a shriek that seemed to pierce right through my skull. As one, we opened fire, the sound of gunshots echoing off the rocks. But our bullets seemed to have little effect. The thing moved with impossible speed, darting between the trees and rocks. "Fall back," Mike yelled, but it was too late. The creature was among us, its limbs lashing out with terrifying strength and speed. I saw a state trooper go down, his chest caved in by a single blow. Emma was thrown against a tree, her head hitting the trunk with a sickening crack. I fired and fired, my pistol clicking empty, but the thing just kept coming. In the chaos, I lost track of the others. I could hear screams, gunshots, the wet sound of tearing flesh, and above it all, that terrible shrieking, now tinged with what sounded horribly like laughter. I don't know how long the battle lasted. It could have been minutes or hours, but eventually I found myself alone. My back pressed against the cold stone of the Devil's Backbone. My ammunition was spent, my radio smashed. In the distance, I could hear the fading sounds of combat, but they were growing weaker by the moment. And then, emerging from the shadows like a nightmare-given form, came the creature. It moved slowly now, almost languidly, as if savoring the moment. Those writhing tentacles on its face seemed to reach out towards me, probing the air. As it drew closer, I realized with a start that it was speaking. The words were garbled, as if it was struggling with an unfamiliar tongue, but I could make out what it was saying. "You should not have come." I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it didn't come. Instead, I felt a presence in my mind, an alien intelligence probing my thoughts. Images flashed before my closed eyes. Vast cyclopean cities beneath the sea, strange beings moving between the stars, rituals performed in dark places that had never known the light of day. And I understood. This thing, this creature, was not of our world. It was something ancient, something that had existed long before humans walked the earth, and it had been waiting, sleeping, until we foolish mortals had stumbled upon its resting place. When I opened my eyes, the creature was gone. In its place stood a shimmering portal, a tear in the very fabric of reality. Through it, I could see glimpses of a world beyond my comprehension, a place where the laws of physics as we knew them didn't apply. Impossible geometries and colors that shouldn't exist swirled in a maddening dance. And there, at the threshold of this impossible doorway, stood the missing family. Their eyes were blank, unseeing, their bodies moving with a jerky puppet-like motion. As I watched in horror, they stepped through the portal, vanishing into that alien realm. I wanted to scream, to run after them, to do something, but my body wouldn't respond. I was frozen in place, my mind reeling from what I had seen and understood. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the portal winked out of existence. The forest was plunged into darkness once more, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I don't know how long I sat there, my back pressed against the cold stone. It could have been minutes or hours, but eventually I heard voices calling my name. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, and I saw figures moving towards me. It was a search party, led by rangers who hadn't been part of our ill-fated expedition. They found me babbling incoherently about tentacles and portals and impossible cities. They found the bodies of my companions, torn and broken in ways that defied explanation. But of the creature there was no sign, no trace of the portal, no evidence of the missing family. It was as if the entire nightmare had been a collective hallucination. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to piece together what had happened. But the more I thought about it, the more it slipped away, like trying to hold on to the details of a dream upon waking. The official report cited a bear attack. It was easier, safer, to blame it on something familiar, something we could understand. The missing family was declared dead, lost to the unforgiving wilderness. But I knew the truth, and that truth would haunt me for the rest of my days. It's been years since that night in Shenandoah National Park. I left the Ranger Service not long after, unable to face the forest that had once been my home. The nightmares, when they come, are still vivid, tentacles reaching out from the darkness, that alien intelligence probing my mind, the sight of that family stepping through the portal into a reality I couldn't comprehend. I've spent countless hours researching, trying to make sense of what we encountered. I've delved into ancient myths and legends, studied fringe theories about interdimensional beings and hidden realities. And the more I learn, the more I realize how little we truly understand about the world around us. There have been other incidents over the years, strange sightings in remote areas, unexplained disappearances, reports of creatures that shouldn't exist. Each time I wonder if it's happening again, if that ancient horror has awakened once more. I've tried to warn people, to share what I know. But who would believe me? To most, I'm just a crazy old ex-ranger, spinning tales to scare the tourists. Even those who were there that night, who survived the encounter, have convinced themselves it was something else. A bear, a mountain lion, mass hysteria, anything but the truth. But I know what I saw. I know what's out there, waiting in the dark places of the world. And I know that one day, it will return. Sometimes on quiet nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I find myself looking towards the mountains. I think about that family, lost in a realm beyond our understanding. I wonder if they're still alive, in some incomprehensible way. And I wonder if someday they'll find their way back. But then I remember the creature, its tentacled face and impossible form, and I pray that the barrier between our worlds remains unbroken, because if it doesn't, if that thing, or others like it, find their way into our reality again, then God help us all. As I sit here, writing this account, I can't help but feel a sense of urgency. The world needs to know, needs to be prepared. But how do you prepare for something so far beyond our understanding? All I can do is share my story and hope that someone, somewhere will believe. And maybe, just maybe, when the time comes, we'll be ready. But in my heart, I know the truth. We'll never be ready, not for this, not for the horrors that lurk just beyond the veil of our reality. So to anyone reading this, I offer this warning. Be careful in the wild places of the world. Respect the darkness, the unknown. And if you ever find yourself in Shenandoah National Park, keep your eyes open and your wits about you. Because sometimes the monsters in the woods are all too real, and they're hungry. I've always found solace in solitude. There's something about being alone in the wilderness that draws me in like a magnetic pull I can't resist. Some might call it an escape, others isolation, but for me it's pure peace. My name is Russell Trent. I'm a structural engineer by trade, but my real passion lies in the wild places of this world. I've spent countless weekends camping, hiking, or simply losing myself in nature's embrace. It's where I feel most alive, where I can breathe freely, away from the suffocating buzz of urban life. But the wilderness, as serene as it often feels, has a way of reminding you of its untamed nature, of showing you just how small and insignificant you really are. Last weekend I learned this lesson in a way that still haunts me, that makes me question everything I thought I knew about reality and my place in it. It started with a simple weekend trip to the Ouachita National Forest in Arkansas. I'd been there once before, about 2 years ago, but only briefly. This time, I'd planned to stay longer, to really explore the area. I'd heard about a remote spot near one of the lesser-known lakes, far from the usual tourist trails, perfect for someone seeking solitude. The drive out was peaceful. I took my time, enjoying the transition from civilization to wilderness. The highways gave way to state roads, then to county roads, and finally to a narrow dirt track that wound its way through increasingly dense forest. My RV, a modest 24-footer that I'd bought secondhand 3 years ago, handled the rough terrain well enough. I'd made modifications to it over the years, reinforced suspension, better tires, solar panels on the roof, all designed to make these remote excursions more comfortable. It was late afternoon when I finally found the perfect spot to set up camp. The lake stretched out before me, its surface like polished glass in the fading light. The tree line curved gently around the water's edge, creating a natural clearing just large enough for my RV. I parked facing the lake, making sure I was on level ground, and began my usual setup routine. I've always been methodical about setting up camp. Years of experience have taught me that attention to detail can mean the difference between a comfortable stay and a miserable one. I leveled the RV using the hydraulic jacks, extended the awning, and set up my outdoor kitchen area. Everything had its place, a system I'd perfected over countless trips. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the clearing as I worked. I'd chosen my spot carefully, high enough above the waterline to avoid any flooding concerns, but close enough to make fishing convenient. The ground was solid, with good drainage and natural windbreaks provided by the surrounding trees. As an engineer, I appreciate these practical considerations. They ground me, give me a sense of control over my environment. That first evening was perfect, the kind of evening that reminds you why you seek out these remote places. I caught 2 decent-sized bass from the lake, cleaned them at my portable cleaning station, and cooked them over an open fire. The smell of wood smoke and grilling fish mixed with the earthy scent of the forest. A slight breeze kept the mosquitoes away, and the temperature was mild enough that I could sit comfortably by the fire in just a light jacket. I had my tablet out, working on some preliminary sketches for a pedestrian bridge project back in the city. There's something about being in nature that helps clear my mind, lets me see solutions that might have eluded me in my office. The bridge design had been giving me trouble. The client wanted something distinctive but cost-effective, always a challenging balance to strike. As I sketched, the sun set behind the trees, painting the sky in deep oranges and purples. That's when I first noticed the silence. It wasn't immediate. The transition was so gradual that I might have missed it if I hadn't been sitting so still, focused on my work. But eventually, I realized that the normal evening sounds of the forest had ceased. No crickets, no frogs calling from the lake's edge, no rustling in the underbrush. Just nothing. I've spent enough time in the wilderness to know that sudden silence usually means something has disturbed the local wildlife, a predator maybe, or human activity. I set aside my tablet and listened intently, scanning the tree line. The fire had burned down to coals, casting a dim red glow that didn't reach far into the darkness. Beyond its light, the forest was a wall of black. A heavy fog had begun rolling in from the lake, unusually thick for this time of year. It moved slowly, in tendrils that seemed to reach out like ghostly fingers before dissipating into the broader mass. The moisture in the air gave everything a slight sheen, reflecting what little light remained. I told myself there was nothing unusual about fog on a lake at night. It's a common enough phenomenon, easily explained by temperature differentials and humidity levels. But something about this fog felt wrong. It seemed too purposeful in its movement, if that makes any sense. And the silence that accompanied it was absolute, creating a pressure in my ears like being underwater. I stood up, stretching my stiff muscles, and decided to head inside the RV. The temperature had dropped significantly with the fog's arrival, and I'd done enough work for one day. As I gathered my things, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, just a quick flash of something pale among the trees. I turned quickly, but saw nothing except the fog, which had grown thicker, obscuring everything beyond the immediate clearing. Inside the RV, I went through my evening routine, checked the locks twice, a habit I've never broken, made sure everything was properly stored and prepared for bed. But that feeling of being watched persisted. I found myself checking the windows more often than usual, though there was nothing to see except the fog pressing against the glass. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dozed off several times but kept jerking awake, convinced I'd heard something moving outside. Each time I'd lie perfectly still, listening, but there was only that oppressive silence. Around 3 in the morning, I finally fell into a deeper sleep, only to be awakened by what sounded like stones clicking together, like someone playing with pebbles just outside my door. I sat up immediately, fully alert. The sound had been clear, distinct, not something I'd imagined. I reached for my flashlight and cautiously approached the RV's door. The logical part of my mind said it was probably just an animal. Raccoons can be surprisingly dexterous with their paws. But another part of me, a more primitive part, warned against opening that door. I compromised by checking through the windows first. The fog had thinned somewhat, and the quarter moon provided enough light to see the clearing. Nothing seemed disturbed. My camping chair was where I'd left it, the fire pit cold and dark. But then I noticed something odd about the ground near the RV's steps. There was a perfect circle of small stones, maybe 3 feet in diameter, that definitely hadn't been there when I'd gone to bed. Each stone was roughly the size of a golf ball, smooth and dark, arranged with precise spacing between them. Inside the circle, the ground appeared to have been swept clean of pine needles and leaves, leaving bare earth exposed. I checked my watch, 4:17 a.m. The rational part of my mind began working through possibilities. Could I have somehow missed these stones earlier? No, I'd have noticed them while setting up camp. Could someone have placed them there as a prank? Possible, but unlikely given how remote this location was. And why would anyone go to the trouble just to arrange some stones? I spent the next hour sitting at my small dining table, watching the circle through the window, and documenting everything in the Notes app on my phone. The engineer in me needed to record this, to try to make sense of it. I noted the number of stones, 23, their approximate size and spacing remarkably consistent, and the precise diameter of the circle, 38 inches, measured by comparing it to the known length of the RV's step. As dawn approached, the fog began to lift, and the forest gradually came alive again. Birds started calling from the trees, and I could hear small animals moving through the underbrush. The sudden return to normalcy was almost as unsettling as the silence had been. With daylight, I finally ventured outside to examine the circle more closely. The stones were smooth, as if water-worn, but completely dry. They were surprisingly heavy for their size, and surprisingly warm to the touch despite the cool morning air. I tried to lift one, thinking I'd take it as evidence of whatever had happened, but it seemed fixed to the ground, not just placed there, but somehow anchored. That's when I decided to go for a hike. It sounds crazy now, but at the time I felt I needed to understand what was happening. My engineering mind couldn't let go of the puzzle. I told myself that a good walk would help clear my head, help me think through this logically. Besides, whatever had placed those stones hadn't harmed me. Maybe there was a rational explanation I just wasn't seeing. I packed my day bag with the usual essentials: water, high-energy snacks, basic first aid kit, compass, maps, and emergency satellite beacon. I always carry the beacon, though I've never had to use it. The device provides some comfort, knowing that help is just a button press away if needed. I added my camera as well, thinking I could document anything unusual I found. The trail I chose wasn't really a trail at all, just a natural break in the undergrowth that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. I used my GPS to mark my starting position and took careful note of landmarks as I walked. The morning was bright and clear, with no sign of the previous night's fog. Birds called from the canopy above, and occasionally small animals would scatter through the leaves at my approach. About an hour into my hike, the forest began to change subtly. The trees grew closer together, their branches interweaving overhead to create a natural tunnel effect. The undergrowth thinned out, replaced by a carpet of moss that seemed to glow with an inner light, where occasional sunbeams penetrated the canopy. The air grew noticeably cooler, and that same heavy silence from the night before began to creep in. I should have turned back then. Every instinct was screaming at me to return to the RV, to pack up and leave this place. But curiosity drove me forward. I've always prided myself on my rational approach to life, on finding logical explanations for seemingly inexplicable things. That pride would prove to be my downfall. The clearing, when I found it, seemed almost too perfect to be natural. A perfect circle, maybe 30 feet in diameter, with that same unnaturally clean ground I'd seen in the smaller circle by my RV. and there, arranged around its perimeter, were stones. Hundreds of them, each identical to the ones I'd found that morning. I approached slowly, my camera ready. The silence was complete now, not even the sound of my footsteps carrying in the still air. The stones seemed to absorb the light, creating strange shadows that didn't quite match the angle of the sun. As I reached the edge of the circle, I noticed that the moss stopped in a perfect line, as if cut with a knife. I took several photos, moving around the circle's perimeter. Through the camera's viewfinder, something seemed off about the center of the circle. The air appeared to shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. But when I looked directly at it, I saw nothing unusual. That's when I heard it, the sound of stones clicking together, coming from all around me. I spun in place, but saw no movement. The clicking grew louder, taking on a rhythm that seemed almost like language. My head began to pound, and the air felt thick, resistant, as if I were trying to move through water. I stumbled backward, away from the circle, and nearly fell. When I caught my balance and looked up, the stones were arranged differently. I hadn't seen them move, hadn't heard them shift position, but the pattern had changed completely. Now they formed spiral arms reaching toward the center of the circle, creating an illusion of depth that made my eyes hurt to look at. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Whatever rationality I'd been clinging to dissolved in that moment. I ran back the way I'd come, or at least I thought it was the way I'd come. The forest seemed different now, the trees closer together, their branches reaching down like grasping hands. I checked my GPS, but the screen showed only static. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose meaning in that green twilight beneath the canopy. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I kept going. The clicking sound followed me, always just behind, just out of sight. Sometimes it seemed to come from the trees themselves, as if the entire forest was trying to speak in that alien language of stone on stone. When I finally broke through to my clearing, I almost cried with relief. The RV stood just as I'd left it, solid and real and normal. I sprinted the last few yards and practically threw myself inside, locking the door behind me. Only then did I realize that the circle of stones by the steps was gone, leaving no trace it had ever existed. My hands shaking, I pulled out my camera to check the photos I'd taken. Each image was completely black, as if I'd taken them with the lens cap on. But I knew I hadn't. I'd seen the preview images on the screen as I took them. They'd been clear, perfectly focused shots of the stone circle. I started the RV's engine before I even gathered my camping gear. Whatever was happening here, I wanted no part of it. I could come back for anything I left behind, or better yet, buy new equipment. Right then, I just needed to leave. As I pulled out of the clearing, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The fog was rolling in again, despite it being mid-afternoon. It seemed to flow around the trees like water, following the RV as I drove away. I pressed the accelerator harder, taking the dirt road faster than was probably safe. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached a small town well outside the forest's boundaries. I checked into the first motel I found, a rundown place that would have normally made me think twice, but it was built of concrete and steel, surrounded by asphalt and streetlights, and right then that seemed like paradise. That night, I sat in my motel room, reviewing everything that had happened, trying to make sense of it. I'm an engineer. I deal in concrete facts, in measurable quantities, in cause and effect. What I'd experienced defied all of that. It shouldn't have been possible, and yet. The next morning, I forced myself to return to the RV to retrieve my remaining gear. Everything seemed normal in the daylight. The forest was just a forest, the lake just a lake. But as I packed up my things, I found something wedged under the RV's tire, a single smooth stone, identical to the ones from the circles. I picked it up without thinking. It was warm to the touch, just like the others had been, and surprisingly heavy. For a moment I considered keeping it as proof of what had happened, but then I felt it shift in my hand, ever so slightly, as if adjusting its position of its own accord. I threw it into the lake as hard as I could, watching it arc through the air and splash into the water. The ripples it created seemed to last longer than they should have, spreading out in perfect circles that reflected the sunlight like mirrors. I left immediately after that, and I haven't been back to those woods since. I tell myself it was all in my mind, stress, lack of sleep, an overactive imagination. But sometimes late at night I hear that clicking sound again, like stones being played like percussion instruments. And sometimes when fog rolls in from the river near my home, I swear I can see shapes in it, moving with purpose, arranging themselves in perfect circles. I still go camping occasionally. I still love the wilderness. But now I stick to established campgrounds, places where other people are always within earshot. And I've developed a new habit. Before setting up camp anywhere, I check the ground carefully, looking for circles of any kind, because I know now that there are things in this world that can't be measured or explained, things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear to know. And sometimes, when I'm working late at my office, puzzling over structural calculations or material stress tolerances, I find myself drawing circles, perfect circles, again and again, until I realize what I'm doing and force myself to stop. But the strange thing is, I never need a compass to draw them anymore. They always come out perfect, every time. I know how this story sounds. If someone else told it to me, I'd look for logical explanations, for rational causes that could explain each strange occurrence. That's what engineers do. We solve puzzles, we find solutions. But some puzzles don't want to be solved. Some circles don't want to be squared. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if the circles are spreading. If somewhere in those woods they're growing larger, stone by stone, waiting for someone else to find them. I wonder if the next person will be smart enough to turn back, to leave the circles undisturbed. But mostly I wonder if the circles found what they were looking for in me, or if they're still searching, still arranging themselves in perfect patterns, still waiting for the right person to complete whatever ancient geometry they're trying to create. I still have the bridge designs I was working on that night. They've changed though. Where once I planned straight lines and right angles, now everything curves, everything circles back on itself. The client loves them, says they're unique, innovative. They don't see what I see, that the designs aren't mine at all. They're translations, interpretations of patterns I saw in that clearing, patterns that exist in the spaces between what's real and what's rational. Sometimes I think about going back, about trying to understand what really happened in those woods. The engineer in me still wants answers, still believes there must be a logical explanation. But then I remember the sound of stones clicking together in impossible patterns, and I stay where I am, in my world of straight lines and measurable angles. Because some circles, once entered, never really let you leave. I'd always considered myself a pretty straightforward guy, not one to shy away from a challenge. The name's Elias Greer, and for the better part of my adult life, I've been a wilderness guide, showing city folks how to survive in the wild. You know, the type of guy who can start a fire with 2 sticks, identify poisonous plants, and navigate by the stars. I've spent more nights under the open sky than in my own bed, and there's nothing quite like the serenity of being out there, miles away from civilization. The incident happened last weekend, and even now as I sit in my study writing this down, my hands shake slightly at the memory. 20 years of wilderness experience couldn't have prepared me for what I encountered in those dark woods. But I need to document this, to put it down in writing while the details are still fresh in my mind. Maybe someone else will encounter something similar, and my account might help them survive. It started as any other solo trip. I had a few days off and decided to head out in my RV, an old but reliable 2008 Winnebago that's seen more miles than most people would care to travel in a lifetime. I chose a secluded spot in the Ozark National Forest in Arkansas, deep in the Boston Mountains region. It's the kind of place where you can go days without seeing another soul, which is exactly what I wanted. The forest there is dense, almost impenetrable in some areas, with towering oaks and hickories that create a canopy so thick that even in the daytime it feels like twilight. Perfect for getting away from it all. The drive-in took longer than expected. The old logging road I'd chosen was barely maintained, forcing me to navigate around fallen branches and dodge potholes that could swallow a tire hole. I arrived late in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the mountains. The clearing I found was small but adequate, maybe 50 feet across, with enough space to park the RV and set up a decent camp. The air was cool and damp, with the scent of pine and earth hanging heavy around me. I could hear the distant sound of a stream, probably about half a mile away, its gentle murmur carrying through the trees. The routine of setting up camp was familiar, almost meditative. I'd done it thousands of times before, clearing the area of debris, setting up my chair, gathering wood for the fire. The temperature was dropping faster than I'd anticipated, and there was an unusual stillness in the air that I attributed to the approaching night. While gathering firewood, I noticed something odd. There were no bird calls, no squirrels chattering in the trees. The forest was unnaturally quiet, the kind of silence that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. But I brushed it off. Animals can be unpredictable, and sometimes they just go quiet for no apparent reason. I got the fire going just as darkness settled in. The flames cast dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, creating an almost theatrical display of light and darkness. After heating up some beans and bacon on my portable stove, a luxury I allow myself on RV trips, I settled into my chair by the fire with a well-worn copy of Moby Dick. The fire crackled and popped, sending up sparks that danced in the darkness. There was no moon that night, just an expanse of stars overhead, pinpricks of light in an endless sea of black. It must have been around midnight when I first heard it. I remember checking my watch, 12:17 a.m. The sound wasn't like anything I'd encountered in my years in the wilderness. It wasn't the usual rustling of a raccoon through the underbrush or the distant hoot of an owl. No, this was different. It was a low, rhythmic thumping, like something heavy hitting the ground repeatedly. At first it was faint, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder, closer. I put down my book and listened intently, trying to place the sound. It was coming from the direction of the stream, moving through the forest with deliberate purpose. It wasn't a bear, too heavy and too methodical. Bears lumber, they don't move with this kind of precision. Thump, thump. My heart rate quickened, but I forced myself to stay calm. 20 years in the wilderness teaches you that panic is your worst enemy. I grabbed my LED flashlight, a powerful 1,000 lumen model that I'd splurged on last year, and walked to the edge of the clearing. The beam cut through the darkness like a knife, but the dense foliage seemed to swallow most of the light, creating more shadows than illumination. The thumping stopped. I waited, holding my breath, straining my ears for any sound. The night had gone completely silent. No crickets, no wind in the trees, nothing. Just as I was about to turn back to the fire, convinced I was letting my imagination get the better of me, the sound started again. Thump. Closer this time, almost as if it was circling the clearing. I swung the flashlight around in a wide arc, but there was nothing visible among the trees, just shadows upon shadows, playing tricks with my eyes. But something deep in my gut, that primal instinct that's kept our species alive for millennia, was screaming at me that something was very, very wrong. I backed up slowly toward the RV, never taking my eyes off the tree line. The fire was still burning strong, casting flickering shadows across the clearing. Once inside, I locked the door and retrieved my rifle, a Remington 700 in .306, loaded with 180 grain rounds. I'm not one to jump at shadows, but I wasn't about to take any chances. Turning off all the lights in the RV, I positioned myself by the window, rifle ready. The minutes ticked by slowly, each second stretched out like honey dripping from a spoon. Then movement caught my eye. Something large and dark was moving just beyond the firelight, too quick to get a good look at. My breath caught in my throat as I saw it again, a massive shape, moving low to the ground, slinking around the perimeter of the clearing. The fire suddenly flared up, perhaps catching a pocket of sap in the wood, and for a split second, the clearing was bathed in bright light. That's when I saw it clearly for the first time, and my world shifted on its axis. The creature was enormous, hunched over on 4 legs, its body easily the size of a small car. It was covered in matted fur that looked slick with moisture, but what struck me most was its face. The head was wrong, all wrong. It had a snout that was more reptilian than mammalian, stretching too long and too wide, filled with rows of teeth that gleamed in the firelight. Its eyes, God, its eyes were like looking into pools of oil, black and intelligent, and deeply, deeply wrong. It moved with a fluid grace that defied its size, its massive claws, obsidian black and longer than my fingers, tearing up the earth as it circled. Then it let out a sound that I'll never forget, a deep resonating noise that seemed to vibrate the very air around me. It wasn't a roar or a growl, but something else entirely, something that didn't belong in this world. The creature's head snapped toward the RV, and I knew it had caught my scent. It started moving toward me, slowly at first, then picking up speed. I didn't think. Training and instinct took over. I raised the rifle and fired through the window, the sound of the shot thunderous in the confined space. The bullet hit it square in the shoulder, the impact visible even in the dim light, but instead of going down, it barely flinched. If anything, the shot only seemed to enrage it. The creature charged, covering the distance to the RV in 3 massive bounds, and slammed into the side with enough force to rock the entire vehicle. I was thrown off balance, the rifle slipping from my hands as I fell. The creature began to claw at the door, the metal groaning under the assault. I could hear its breathing now, heavy and wet, like something drowning. Scrambling to my feet, I grabbed the rifle and fired twice more through the door, the shots deafening in the confined space. The banging stopped. For what felt like hours, I sat in absolute silence, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Eventually, I heard a shuffling sound outside, followed by a heavy thud. Still, I waited, not daring to open the door until the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon. When I finally stepped out, rifle still at the ready, the clearing told the story of the night's events. The fire had burned down to ashes, and the ground was torn up with massive claw marks, and there, not 20 feet from the RV, lay the creature. In the gray morning light, it looked even more impossible than it had in the darkness. Its body was massive, with patches of dark, matted fur covering what looked like scales underneath. The bullet wounds were visible, black fluid slowly seeping out instead of blood. Its face was even more nightmarish in daylight. The elongated snout filled with rows of serrated teeth, some as long as my thumb. I knew I needed evidence. Who would believe this without proof? My hands shaking, I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures. Close-ups of the claws, the teeth, the weird mix of fur and scales. I took measurements using my hunting knife for scale. The creature was just over 12 feet long from snout to tail, and stood about 6 feet tall at the shoulder. Part of me wanted to stay, to document everything about this impossible creature, but a stronger part knew I needed to get out of there. I packed up camp in record time, my eyes constantly darting between my tasks and the creature's body, half expecting it to get up at any moment. The drive to the nearest town, Jasper, population barely over 400, took just over an hour. I went straight to the sheriff's office, still wearing my clothes from the night before, probably looking half crazy. But the pictures on my phone were undeniable. Sheriff Mike Daniels, a man I'd met a few times before on previous trips to the area, looked at the photos for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he looked up at me and said, "Mr. Greer, I've known you for 5 years now. Never known you to be anything but honest. But this," he shook his head, then picked up his phone. Within hours, the clearing was crawling with various officials, local law enforcement, state wildlife officers, and some people in unmarked vehicles who didn't introduce themselves. I gave my statement multiple times, each time sticking to the facts, showing the pictures, pointing out details. A few days later, I received a call from Deputy Sarah Martinez, who had been one of the first on the scene. The creature's body was exactly where I'd left it, she confirmed, though she couldn't tell me much more. They were treating it as a serious matter, she assured me, but the details were now classified. It's been a week since that night, and I'm still trying to process what happened. The world feels different now, somehow larger and more dangerous than before. I've been a guide for most of my adult life, thought I knew every creature that called these forests home. But that thing, it shouldn't have existed. I still go out in the wilderness. It's my job after all, but things are different now. I pack more ammunition. I don't stay out after dark if I can help it. And I always listen for that rhythmic thumping sound. The authorities never gave me a satisfactory explanation about what the creature was, and honestly, I'm not sure I want one. Some things are better left unknown, but I know what I saw, what I shot, and I have the pictures to prove it. The world is a strange place, fuller of mysteries than we'd like to admit. Sometimes you encounter things that defy explanation, that shake your understanding of what's possible. When that happens, all you can do is survive, document, and hope that someone else might benefit from your experience. I still guide people through the wilderness, still teach them how to start fires and identify plants and navigate by the stars. But now I also teach them to listen, really listen to the forest, because sometimes the most dangerous thing isn't what you can see, but what you can hear coming in the darkness. I volunteered for this assignment. That's what I kept telling myself as Stephen and I fought our way through the tangled deadfall littering what used to be a trail. We were fresh graduates from SUNY College of Environmental Science and Forestry, armed with degrees and textbook knowledge, hungry for real field work that would look good on our resumes. But book learning doesn't prepare you for the gut-punch reality of the Adirondack backcountry in late November. The Five Ponds Wilderness had earned a dark reputation among the veteran rangers stationed at Wanakina and Cranberry Lake. I'd noticed it during our orientation meetings, the way conversation would pause when someone mentioned Bear Mountain, the uncomfortable silence that followed, the knowing glances exchanged between rangers who'd worked these woods for decades. When Stephen and I signed up for the inspection of the abandoned lookout tower and its deteriorating cabin, those same rangers had looked at us with something between pity and resignation. The station was little more than faded pencil marks on outdated maps now, a relic from an era when the Forest Service maintained lookouts on every significant peak. Budget cuts and modernization had rendered it obsolete decades ago. Locals in the nearby settlements whispered stories about the place, how in winter, when heavy snow buried the wilderness under 10 feet of white silence, something screamed through the valleys. Unearthly sounds that echoed off frozen slopes and died in the dense pine forests. By daylight, loading gear into our packs at the ranger station, such stories had seemed like typical rural folklore, the kind of tall tales born from isolation and long winters, embellished with each retelling around wood stoves and campfires. But now, as afternoon light dimmed and the trail deteriorated into barely recognizable gaps between snow-laden trees, those dismissals felt less certain. "Tyler, hold up," Stephen called from behind me, breathing hard. His face had gone red from exertion, clouds of vapor puffing from his mouth with each labored breath. "This trail is completely washed out. We've crossed that same fallen birch 3 times now." "Tell me something I don't know," I said, forcing a laugh that sounded hollow even to my own ears. My glasses had fogged over again, blurring the already indistinct path ahead into shapes and shadows. "According to the GPS, we should be close, another half mile, maybe less." We pushed forward through snow that deepened with every step, hiding treacherous roots and jagged rocks that threatened to snap ankles. The forest seemed to actively resist our intrusion. Branches whipped across our faces without warning, stinging exposed skin. Snow worked its way inside our collars and down our boots. What should have been a 4-hour hike stretched into 6 grueling hours of frustration and growing unease. By the time weak afternoon light began fading below the treetops, we finally spotted the tower. The rusted metal framework rose above the surrounding pines like the skeleton of some prehistoric creature, its legs twisted and buckled from years of harsh winters and neglect. Ice coated every surface, making the structure gleam dully in the dying light. Beneath the tower hunched the cabin, a squat log structure that looked like it had been slowly sinking into the earth for decades. Thick moss covered the roof in dark patches. One entire wall sagged inward at an alarming angle. Fresh frost coated the windows, rendering them opaque. The whole structure radiated abandonment and decay. "Home sweet home," Stephen muttered, letting his pack slide heavily from his shoulders. His attempted humor fell flat in the oppressive silence surrounding us. I approached the cabin door, noticing how the wood had swollen with moisture and age. It took my full weight, shoulder pressed against weathered planks, to force it open with a groan of protesting hinges. The sound echoed strangely in the stillness, seeming to carry further than it should have. Inside, the air tasted wrong, stale and musty, but underneath that was something else, something organic and unpleasant that made my stomach clench. We shuffled in, kicking snow from our boots, blinking as our eyes adjusted to the gloom. A rust-stained stove squatted against the far wall, its pipe disconnected and hanging at a sad angle. Warped bunk beds lined one wall, their wood gray with age and water damage. Everything was coated in a fine layer of dust and mouse droppings. Stephen swept his flashlight beam across the interior, the light catching strange angles and creating dancing shadows. The beam paused suddenly, fixing on something beneath the lower bunk. "Look at this," he said quietly. his voice tight. I knelt beside him, following his light. Deep scratches marred the floorboards, long parallel gouges that looked like something had clawed desperately through solid wood. The marks weren't random or superficial. They were deep, frantic, the work of something possessed by absolute panic or rage. Some of the scratches had torn completely through the boards, leaving ragged splinters pointing upward. Behind the stove, a dark stain spread across the floor and up the wall. In the flashlight beam, it looked almost black, but the edges showed rust brown. The stain had a pattern to it, not a spill, but more like something had been dragged across the floor, leaving a wide smear. "Is that blood?" Stephen asked, though we both knew the answer. "Probably animal blood," I said, hating how my voice wavered. "Bear raccoon, something that denned up here over the summer." "Yeah," Stephen agreed quietly. "Probably." Neither of us moved. The word probably hung between us, as unconvincing as our forced casualness. Outside, wind picked up suddenly, rattling the cabin's brittle walls and sending a shower of loose debris from the rafters. A particularly strong gust shrieked through cracks in the walls, creating a sound that echoed weirdly off the metal tower framework above us, almost like a voice, almost like words. Stephen stood abruptly, laughing too loudly. "We should get set up before it gets completely dark. I'll check the perimeter, make sure there's nothing we need to worry about." We unpacked in tense silence, rolling out sleeping bags on the least damaged bunks, organizing our gear with mechanical efficiency. The satellite phone refused to get a signal despite multiple attempts. The thick canopy of pines and the surrounding peaks created a perfect dead zone. We were completely cut off. "I'm going to do a quick walk around," Stephen announced, his forced cheerfulness fooling neither of us. "Document the exterior condition, check the tower stability." I nodded. "Don't go far. It'll be full dark in 20 minutes. He stepped outside, and the door swung shut behind him with a solid thud that seemed too final. I stood alone in the cramped cabin, rubbing my hands together for warmth, staring again at those frantic claw marks beneath the bunk. Deep gouges that told a story I desperately didn't want to understand. A story of something trapped, something desperate, something that had fought with inhuman strength against confinement or escape. Then, carried on the wind, I heard it. The sound filtered through the trees from somewhere impossibly distant, yet piercingly clear. It wasn't wind. It wasn't any animal I'd studied in my wildlife courses. It was something between a howl and a scream, a sound that seemed to bypass my ears entirely and resonate directly in my chest, making my heart stutter. The door burst open. Stephen stood in the frame, his face drained of color, eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" His voice came out barely above a whisper. "Yeah," I managed, my throat tight. "What was it?" Stephen shook his head slowly, his gaze fixed on something in the darkness behind him. Snow had begun falling again, thick flakes that seemed to absorb sound, creating a muffled quality to the world. "Nothing," he said finally, his voice hollow and unconvincing. "Nothing at all." The words sounded empty, even as he spoke them, but neither of us challenged the lie. We simply closed the door, drove the rusty bolt home with shaking hands, and sat in the growing darkness, listening to the wind rise and fall outside, pretending that whatever we'd heard was gone, pretending we believed our own pretense. Outside, full darkness settled over Bear Mountain like a suffocating blanket, burying the abandoned station beneath thickening snow that fell in absolute silence. When I jerked awake in the pre-dawn gray, Stephen was gone. My eyes struggled to focus, my mind still foggy with the remnants of troubled sleep. Something had pulled me from unconsciousness, some sound or absence of sound, some instinct screaming that everything was wrong. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, immediately aware of the biting cold that had seeped deep into my bones during the night. "Stephen," my voice came out rough, echoing strangely in the confined space. The cabin answered with silence. Stephen's sleeping bag lay empty on the opposite bunk, and as my vision sharpened, I saw that it hadn't just been abandoned, it had been torn open. The heavy-duty nylon was ripped lengthwise, the insulation spilling out like guts from a gutted animal. The violence of it made my stomach turn. But his boots still stood precisely where he'd placed them the night before, right beside the stove. His heavy winter jacket hung untouched on the rusty hook by the door. His gloves lay on the windowsill, exactly where he'd left them. "Stephen," I called louder, swinging my legs out of the sleeping bag. The floor was ice cold against my feet, sending shock waves up my legs. I dressed quickly, fingers fumbling with zippers and laces, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. My mind raced through possibilities, each more unlikely than the last. Maybe he'd stepped outside briefly for some reason. Maybe he'd heard something and gone to investigate. But barefoot, in sub-zero temperatures, without his coat? I forced the swollen cabin door open, bracing myself against the cold that hit like a physical blow. The sight outside made my knees weak. Snow lay in an absolutely pristine blanket around the cabin, untouched and perfect. No footprints led away from the door, no tracks disturbed the smooth white surface. The snow had continued falling after we'd gone to sleep, and fresh accumulation showed clearly on every surface, except there was no sign that any living thing had passed through here since the snow stopped. "Stephen," I shouted, my voice cracking with panic. The forest swallowed my cry, giving nothing back except the soft whisper of my own breathing. The silence was absolute, oppressive, unnatural. Even the wind had died, leaving the air perfectly still. I circled the cabin 3 times, examining every side, searching desperately for any mark, any disturbance in the snow. Nothing. The accumulation was unbroken, as if Stephen had simply ceased to exist inside the cabin without ever stepping outside. My hands shook violently as I grabbed the satellite phone again, fumbling with numb fingers through the startup sequence. No signal. The screen remained stubbornly blank, mocking my desperation. I was completely cut off, alone, with my partner missing under circumstances that violated every rule of physical reality I understood. Panic gave way to a desperate need for action. I had to get higher, had to see more. The lookout tower was my only option. The metal rungs were coated with ice, making each grip treacherous. My gloves slipped dangerously on the frozen metal, and more than once my feet nearly slid off the narrow steps. Wind began picking up as I climbed, battering me against the tower frame. By the time I reached the platform at the top, my hands were cramped into claws and my face burned from windburn and cold. From the tower, I had a panoramic view of endless forest stretching in every direction. Snow-covered pines created an undulating sea of white and dark green that extended to the horizon. I scanned desperately for any sign of movement, any flash of color, any indication of a human presence. Nothing. Just miles and miles of empty wilderness under a gray sky that promised more snow. A wave of vertigo hit me suddenly, making the platform seem to tilt beneath my feet. I gripped the railing hard, squeezing my eyes shut until the sensation passed. When I opened them again, I forced myself to look more carefully at the tower itself. That's when I saw it. Caught on one of the support struts about 15 feet below the platform, fluttering in the rising wind, was a scrap of fabric. Even from this distance, I recognized the distinctive orange and black pattern of Stephen's parka, the expensive expedition-grade coat he'd saved for months to buy. The fabric was torn, not cut. Ragged edges suggested tremendous force, as if the coat had been ripped from his body. And clinging to the material, clearly visible even at this distance, were dark stains that could only be blood. My legs went weak. I clung to the railing, fighting down nausea and terror in equal measure. Stephen hadn't wandered off confused. He hadn't gotten disoriented and lost his way. He'd been taken. Something had physically removed him from the cabin, torn the clothes from his body, and carried him up this tower, all without leaving a single mark in the snow. All while I slept less than 10 feet away. I descended the tower in a controlled panic, my mind refusing to process the implications of what I'd seen. Back on solid ground, I leaned against the cabin wall, gasping for air, my heart hammering so hard it hurt. The logical part of my brain tried desperately to construct rational explanations. Maybe Stephen had climbed the tower in some kind of fugue state. Maybe he'd been sleepwalking, though that didn't explain the torn clothes or the lack of tracks. Maybe the wind had carried the fabric up there from somewhere else, though the blood suggested otherwise. But deeper than logic, at a primal level that predated conscious thought, I knew the truth. Something was here with us, something that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist according to everything I'd learned in 4 years of intensive scientific education. And now I was alone with it. I spent the remainder of that day in a state of mechanical functionality, my body moving through necessary tasks while my mind reeled. I methodically searched the immediate area around the cabin, expanding my circle in careful increments, calling Stephen's name until my voice went hoarse. The forest absorbed my shouts, giving nothing back. As afternoon light began its early winter fade, I faced a terrible decision. I could attempt to make the trek back to civilization in failing light with inadequate preparation, or I could spend another night in this cabin, knowing what had happened to Stephen. The rational choice was clear but horrifying. In my current state, exhausted, underslept, emotionally devastated, attempting a 12-mile hike through deep snow in the dark would be suicide. I would become disoriented, would wander off the barely existent trail, would freeze to death alone in the wilderness. I had to stay, had to survive the night, and in the morning, I would leave this cursed place behind. I spent the fading daylight hours preparing my defenses with feverish intensity. I dismantled what remained of the upper bunk, using the aged boards to barricade the door and window. I positioned the heaviest pieces of furniture, the stove, the table, to create obstacles between the entrance and my sleeping area. I gathered every piece of deadwood I could find around the cabin, building a stockpile beside the stove. The Forest Service axe became my constant companion, its weight both reassuring and inadequate. What good was a blade against something that could tear a full-grown man from a cabin without leaving tracks? As darkness fell completely, I lit the stove, feeding it carefully rationed wood. The firelight cast wild, dancing shadows against the walls, making the gouges in the floorboards seem to writhe and shift. I positioned myself in the corner farthest from the door, back against solid logs, axe across my lap, staring at my barricade. The wind picked up after sunset, rattling the cabin's loose boards and whining through gaps in the walls. I tried to separate natural sounds from unnatural ones, tried to identify each creak and groan, but everything took on sinister character in my heightened state of terror. Around midnight, I heard it. Footsteps in the snow outside, slow and deliberate. Not the quick, light steps of a deer or the shuffling gait of a bear. These were measured, purposeful, the footfalls of something that walked upright. Thump, thump, thump. The sound circled the cabin methodically, pausing at each wall as if examining the structure, testing for weaknesses. I sat frozen, barely breathing, my hands white-knuckled on the axe handle. The footsteps stopped directly outside the door. Through gaps in my barricade, I could see nothing but darkness and softly falling snow, visible in the faint light escaping from the cabin. Silence stretched. My heart hammered so loudly I was certain it could be heard outside. Every muscle in my body locked rigid, prepared for the door to burst inward. Instead, with a force that shook the entire cabin and sent dust raining from the rafters, something slammed against the outer wall directly behind me. I bit my tongue hard enough to taste blood, choking back a scream. The impact had hit with tremendous force, enough to rattle my teeth and make the logs groan. Another slam followed, then another, each blow creating thunderous booms that echoed through the small space. The wall behind me shuddered with each impact, and I scrambled forward, putting distance between myself and the assault, pressing against the opposite wall with my arms wrapped around my knees. The attack continued for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Violent, rhythmic slams that felt less like an attempt at entry and more like a message, a demonstration of power, a promise. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I remained motionless, barely breathing, listening with every fiber of my being for any sound that might indicate what came next. Nothing. Just the whisper of wind and the crackling of dying embers in the stove. I didn't move from my crouched position until gray dawnlight began seeping through gaps in the barricade. My legs had gone numb from maintaining the same position for hours. Every joint protested as I slowly unfolded myself, standing on shaking legs. With extreme caution, I disassembled part of the barricade and eased the door open, peering out into early morning light. The snow lay pristine and undisturbed. No footprints approached the cabin. No marks showed where something had slammed against the wall. The forest stood silent and innocent under its blanket of white, as if nothing had happened at all. But high above, caught on the tower's frozen framework, Stephen's torn parka still fluttered in the morning breeze, mute testimony that I hadn't imagined everything. I couldn't stay, wouldn't survive another night. That certainty drove every action as morning light strengthened across the snow-covered clearing. My hands shook from more than cold as I assessed my situation with brutal honesty. 12 miles of deep snow, failing light arriving earlier each day, inadequate provisions, and no clear trail. The odds were terrible, but staying guaranteed a fate worse than freezing. I spent the morning hours dismantling the remaining bunk bed, creating a crude travois from the weathered boards. My hands, already raw and cracked from the cold, split open and bled as I worked with numb fingers to lash tent poles into a frame. Paracord and equipment straps held the assembly together. The result was ugly and primitive, but it would allow me to drag essential gear through deep snow rather than carry a crushing pack weight. Every sound from the forest made me freeze and listen. The snap of a branch breaking under snow load, the cascade of powder falling from overloaded pines, the distant cry of a raven. Each noise sent adrenaline spiking through my system, convinced I was hearing footsteps or something worse. By midday, I'd loaded the travois with my sleeping bag, minimal food, first aid supplies, and the lighter pieces of equipment I couldn't abandon. I left behind anything non-essential, including most of our documentation equipment and surveying tools. If I survived this, I could explain the loss. If I didn't, it wouldn't matter. Before leaving, I took one last look at the cabin interior. The gouged floorboards, the bloodstain behind the stove, Stephen's abandoned belongings, all evidence of something that should have been investigated, documented, understood. But understanding could come later, if at all. Survival was the only priority now. I shouldered the makeshift harness and started walking, the travois dragging heavily through the snow behind me. Within 100 yards, I was breathing hard, sweating despite temperatures well below freezing. The trail, if it could still be called that, was completely buried under 2 feet of powder. I navigated by memory and the general slope of the land, knowing I needed to descend steadily to reach the valley and eventually the ranger station. The forest seemed different in daylight, somehow less openly hostile but more subtly wrong. Trees grew at odd angles. Shadows fell in patterns that didn't quite match the sun's position. Several times I had the overwhelming sense of being watched, of malevolent attention focused on my struggling progress through the snow. I forced myself to maintain a steady pace, stopping only briefly every hour to catch my breath and check my bearing. The GPS still functioned despite the cold, though battery life was a constant concern. As afternoon light began its inevitable fade, panic crept back in. I was barely 4 miles from the cabin, progress far slower than I'd hoped. My legs burned with exhaustion. The travois caught repeatedly on hidden obstacles beneath the snow, forcing me to backtrack and find new routes around deadfalls and dense undergrowth. I had no choice but to make camp for the night. The thought filled me with dread. Sleeping in the open, exposed, vulnerable, but continuing in darkness would be suicide. I'd wander off course, exhaust myself completely, and freeze before morning. I found a spot beneath a massive fallen hemlock that created a natural shelter, its upturned root ball forming a windbreak. I gathered what deadwood I could find, fighting exhaustion that made every movement laden. My fingers fumbled with the fire starter, nearly dropping it into the snow 3 times before I managed to light a small pile of pine needles and birch bark. The fire grew slowly, reluctantly, fighting the dampness of everything around it. I fed it carefully, knowing I didn't have energy to gather more wood if this pile ran out. Smoke rose in a thin column through the gathering darkness, disappearing into the black canopy overhead. I rationed out a meal of energy bars and lukewarm water from my bottle, forcing myself to eat despite having no appetite. The food sat like lead in my stomach. As darkness completed its conquest of the forest, I pulled my sleeping bag tight around myself and sat with my back against the root ball, staring into the small circle of firelight that represented my only defense against the night. That's when I heard them, the footsteps again, distant at first but slowly growing closer, the methodical, measured pace of something moving through the forest with purpose and direction, moving toward me. I gripped the axe, holding my breath, every sense straining toward those approaching sounds. The fire crackled quietly, its light pushing back against an ocean of darkness that seemed to press inward with physical weight. The footsteps circled my camp, staying just beyond the reach of firelight. I caught glimpses of movement between trees, shadows that were darker than the surrounding darkness, shapes that didn't quite match the trunks and branches around them. Then, impossibly, I heard Stephen's voice. Tyler. Clear, calm, unmistakable. Tyler, Help me. Every instinct screamed at me not to respond, not to move, not to acknowledge the voice. But Stephen was my friend, my partner. What if he was out there injured, needing help? Tyler, I'm cold. Please help me. The voice came from directly behind me now, on the other side of the root ball. I turned slowly, axe raised, peering into the darkness beyond my small circle of light. Nothing, just trees and shadows and falling snow. Tyler. The voice came from a different direction now, off to my left. Then again from the right, then from above, as if something perched in the branches overhead. I understood then, with awful clarity, what was happening. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't Stephen. It was using his voice, his words, trying to lure me away from the fire, away from the only protection I had. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, trying to block out the calls that continued through the night. Stephen's voice, begging, pleading, sometimes screaming in pain, sometimes whispering my name with eerie calm. The fire burned lower. I didn't dare gather more wood, didn't dare leave my position. I fed the flames with bark and twigs I could reach without standing, watching the woodpile dwindle with growing desperation. Dawn came with excruciating slowness. The voice eventually fell silent as pre-dawn gray began filtering through the trees, but the sense of being watched never abated. When I finally had enough light to see clearly, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. All around my camp, just beyond where the firelight had reached, the snow was trampled in a perfect circle. Not footprints exactly, more like the snow had been compacted by something heavy dragging across it. And at the edge of this circle, pressed into the snow, was a single clear print. I knelt beside it, barely breathing, examining the impression. It was roughly human-shaped, 5 digits, something like a heel, but far too large. The toes ended in what could only be claws, judging by the deep gouges in the compacted snow. I didn't waste time trying to understand or document it. I kicked snow over the print, packed my gear with shaking hands, and began walking, pulling the travois with desperate urgency. Whatever was out here with me, it had watched me all night from just beyond the firelight, patient and deliberate, waiting for the flames to die or for me to make a mistake. I wouldn't give it that opportunity. The second day of hiking broke me in ways I didn't know were possible. Exhaustion pushed past physical pain into something else entirely. A state where my body continued moving while my mind detached, floating somewhere above the struggling figure below. My legs had become mechanical things, pistoning forward through the snow without conscious thought. Left, right, left, right. The rhythm became everything, a meditation that prevented me from thinking about Stephen, about the voices in the night, about the impossibility of what I'd seen. But the forest wasn't content to let me retreat into numb autopilot. As morning progressed into afternoon, I began seeing things. Movement between the trees, always at the periphery of my vision. When I turned to look directly, nothing was there, just pines and snow and shadows. But the moment I looked away, the movement resumed. Shapes that seemed to pace alongside me, matching my speed, staying just out of clear sight. I told myself it was exhaustion, dehydration, the early stages of hypothermia affecting my brain. The explanations felt hollow even as I formed them. The shapes grew bolder, more defined. I caught glimpses of something tall and thin, moving between trees with an unnatural gait, limbs too long, joints that bent at wrong angles. It never resolved into clear focus, always remaining just ambiguous enough that I could almost convince myself I'd imagined it. Almost. By afternoon, I was having full conversations with Stephen in my head, arguing about which direction to go, whether to stop and rest. His voice sounded so real that several times I turned to respond before remembering he wasn't there. The forest played tricks with sound as well as sight. I heard voices calling my name. Sometimes Stephen's, sometimes other voices I didn't recognize. Laughter echoed through the trees, children's laughter that made my skin crawl. Once I distinctly heard my mother calling me home for dinner, her voice exactly as I remembered from childhood, impossible since she'd passed away 3 years ago. I forced myself to keep moving, to not respond to the voices, to not chase the shapes I saw moving through the trees. The GPS became my anchor to reality. As long as I could see the little arrow moving across the map screen, I was still Tyler, still heading home, still surviving. The device showed I'd covered maybe 7 miles from the cabin, 5 more to reach the ranger station, 5 more miles. As shadows lengthened toward evening, I knew I had to stop again. My body was shutting down. I'd reached the point where forward motion required conscious effort with each step. My legs wobbled, my vision narrowed to a tunnel. If I pushed further, I would simply collapse. I found a cluster of dense pines that created a small hollow protected from wind. I didn't have the strength to gather much wood, could barely manage to light a small fire with numb, fumbling fingers. I huddled into my sleeping bag without eating, too exhausted even for hunger. Sleep claimed me instantly, pulling me down into dark waters where nightmares waited. I woke, or thought I woke, to find Stephen sitting across the fire from me. He looked exactly as he had 2 mornings ago, before his disappearance. Same clothes, same expression, same familiar way of tilting his head when he was thinking. "Hey, Tyler," he said, smiling. "You look terrible." "Stephen," my voice came out cracked, disbelieving. "How?" "You need to stop running," he interrupted, his smile widening. "You can't make it out alone, but I can help you. I can show you the way." Something about his smile was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. "Come with me," Stephen said, standing in a single fluid motion that didn't quite look natural. "It's not far. There's a shelter just beyond those trees, a place where it's warm, where you'll be safe." He extended his hand toward me, and in the flickering firelight, I saw that his fingers were too long, the joints bending at impossible angles. "Come on, Tyler, don't you trust me?" His eyes were wrong, too dark, too deep, reflecting the firelight in a way that human eyes shouldn't. As I stared, his face seemed to shift, features blurring and reforming, the proportions subtly changing. Terror crashed through my exhaustion. I lunged backward, scrambling away from the figure that wore Stephen's face like an imperfect mask. The thing's smile vanished, replaced by something cold and predatory. Its form began to change more dramatically now, Stephen's familiar features melting away to reveal something underneath, something tall and gaunt and utterly wrong. I didn't wait to see more. I ran. My sleeping bag tangled around my legs, and I kicked free of it, abandoning my gear, my fire, everything. Pure animal panic drove me forward through the darkness, crashing through snow and brush, branches whipping my face. Behind me I heard movement. Not footsteps exactly, but something moving fast through the undergrowth, something that didn't seem constrained by the deep snow or tangled deadfall that slowed me. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed face first into the snow, gasping and sobbing. I rolled onto my back, staring up at the dark canopy overhead, waiting for something to emerge from the shadows and finish what it had started. But nothing came. The forest had gone silent again, that same oppressive quiet that felt like the world holding its breath. I lay in the snow, too exhausted to move, too terrified to close my eyes. My mind had finally broken. I understood that now. The thing using Stephen's face had been a hallucination, a stress-induced delusion born from trauma and exhaustion. There was no monster, no impossible creature stalking me through the wilderness. Just my own mind fracturing under pressure it wasn't built to withstand. But even as I tried to convince myself of this rational explanation, I knew it was a lie. Something had taken Stephen from that cabin. Something had circled my camps at night. Something was out here with me, patient and persistent, wearing the faces of people I knew, speaking with voices I trusted. And I was alone with it in thousands of acres of trackless wilderness. I don't remember how long I lay in the snow. Time had become meaningless, measured only in the rhythm of my breathing and the slow fade of terror-induced adrenaline. Eventually, mechanical survival instincts forced me to move. Stay still too long in these temperatures and hypothermia would finish what the forest had started. I hauled myself upright, body protesting every movement. My abandoned sleeping bag and gear were behind me somewhere, lost in my panicked flight. I had only what I wore, my heavy coat, gloves, my GPS in one pocket, the axe still somehow gripped in one frozen hand. Dawn was approaching, I realized. The darkness overhead had shifted from black to charcoal gray. If I could survive until full daylight, if I could keep moving, I might have a chance. The GPS showed I was less than 3 miles from the ranger station now. 3 miles. It might as well have been 100. I started walking, my gait more of a stumbling shuffle. The landscape around me had taken on a surreal quality. every tree and rock formation seeming to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. I could no longer trust my senses to tell me what was real and what was hallucination. As gray dawn strengthened into morning, the shapes were back, those tall, thin figures pacing alongside me through the trees. Multiple ones now, I thought, though I couldn't be sure. They seemed to multiply when I blinked, appearing in different positions each time I opened my eyes. One walked almost parallel to me, maybe 20 yards off through the trees. Tall and impossibly thin, moving with a jerky, stilted gait that reminded me of a puppet on strings. Its head I couldn't see features, just a dark silhouette swiveled to track my progress. Not real, I muttered through cracked lips. Not real, just exhaustion, not real. But my conviction was hollow. Real or not, the figure continued pacing alongside me, never closing the distance but never falling behind either. More shapes appeared ahead, emerging from behind trees as I approached, dissolving back into shadows as I passed. They formed a corridor of sorts, lining my path, silent watchers bearing witness to my deteriorating journey. Voices joined the visual hallucinations. Some I recognized, Stephen, my mother, childhood friends. Others were unfamiliar, speaking languages I didn't understand, whispering things that might have been words or might have been wind through the pines. The worst part was that some of the voices sounded almost concerned, almost helpful. They urged me forward, encouraged me to keep moving, promised that safety was just ahead. But underneath the false concern, I heard something else: anticipation, hunger, the tone of a predator soothing prey before the killing strike. I ignored them all, focusing on the GPS, on putting one foot in front of the other, on breathing in and out. These simple tasks consumed all available mental energy, leaving no room for terror or rational thought. The sun rose somewhere beyond the thick overcast, providing enough light to see clearly but no warmth. If anything, the temperature seemed to be dropping. I'd lost all feeling in my feet hours ago. My hands had become clumsy clubs, barely able to maintain their grip on the axe. Around midday, I stumbled into a small clearing and stopped abruptly. In the center of the clearing, someone had built a structure from branches and dead wood, a rough teepee shape maybe 8 feet tall. It looked recent, the wood still showing the white of fresh breaks. I approached cautiously, some distant part of my mind screaming warnings. The structure had an entrance facing me, a triangular gap between the crossed branches. Inside, I could see something arranged on the ground. My own sleeping bag, I realized with mounting horror. My abandoned gear, laid out neatly, almost invitingly. This was impossible. I'd left that equipment miles behind during my panicked flight. There was no way it could be here, no way anyone could have moved it faster than I'd traveled. I backed away from the structure, shaking my head. No. Around the clearing's perimeter, the shapes had emerged fully from the forest, standing silent and still. I could see them clearly now in the gray light, tall figures with elongated limbs and heads that were subtly wrong, proportions that made my eyes hurt to focus on. They watched without moving, patient as stone. "Leave me alone," my scream echoed through the clearing, bouncing back from the silent trees. The figures didn't react, didn't move, simply watched. I ran again, crashing through the underbrush on the far side of the clearing, leaving the impossible structure and my gear behind. The GPS showed less than 2 miles to the ranger station. 2 miles. I could make 2 miles even in my deteriorated state. I had to. The forest began to change as I got closer to civilization. The trees thinned slightly, showing signs of old logging activity. I passed a rusted cable buried in tree growth, evidence of machinery from decades past. These human marks should have been comforting, but they felt wrong somehow. Reminders that people had once worked in these woods, had once thought they controlled this place, before abandoning it to whatever called it home. My mind was fracturing further with each step. I held conversations with people who weren't there, laughed at jokes I didn't remember hearing, apologized for things I'd never done. The GPS became an object of religious significance, a holy relic that showed the path to salvation. I checked it obsessively, watching the little blue arrow creep across the screen with agonizing slowness. 1 mile, 3/4 of a mile, half a mile. The shapes had withdrawn, I realized suddenly. The forest around me was empty, or as empty as it had been since this nightmare began. No tall figures pacing through the trees, no movement at the corners of my vision. Even the voices had quieted. This should have brought relief. Instead, I felt more terrified than ever. What had changed? Why had whatever was out there, pulled back now so close to safety? The answer came as I stumbled through a dense stand of hemlocks and saw the ranger station ahead, its familiar brown wooden walls and green metal roof emerging from the gray landscape like a beacon. Between me and that salvation, standing in the middle of the final stretch of trail, was Stephen. He looked exactly as he had the morning he disappeared. Clean clothes, face untroubled, posture relaxed, waving at me with a broad smile, beckoning me forward. "Tyler, over here, you made it." I stopped walking, every instinct screaming that this was wrong. Stephen was gone. Stephen had been taken. Whatever stood before me wearing his face was not my friend. "Tyler, come on," the Stephen thing called. "It's right there, we're safe now." I took a step forward, then another, unable to help myself. I was so close. The ranger station was right there, maybe 200 yards. If I could just get past this last obstacle. "That's it, buddy. Just a little further." Stephen's smile widened, and this time I saw it clearly, too wide, the mouth stretching beyond human limits, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too many. His form began to shift, losing cohesion, height increasing, limbs elongating, Stephen's familiar features melting like wax to reveal something underneath, something that had been watching me since the cabin, following me through the wilderness, wearing masks to draw me closer. It took a step toward me, movement wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. My legs locked, refusing to move forward or back. I stood frozen as the thing approached, close enough now that I could see its eyes, deep black pits that reflected nothing, that seemed to pull at my gaze, drawing me in. Its mouth opened, Stephen's voice emerging from something that was decidedly not Stephen. "Tyler, come with me. It's so lonely here. So lonely. I just want someone to stay. Just stay. Please stay." The last words came out as a whisper, almost pleading. And beneath the horror, beneath the impossible wrongness of the creature before me, I felt a terrible wave of empathy. This thing, whatever it was alone, trapped in these woods, yearning for company, for connection, for anything to break the endless isolation. It had taken Stephen, not out of malice, but out of desperate need. The realization didn't make it less horrifying. If anything, the sadness in its plea made everything worse. This thing would take me as it had taken Stephen, would keep me here in these woods forever, and would still be lonely, still be searching, forever unsatisfied. "No," I whispered. I don't know where I found the strength. My body should have been beyond responding, but I turned and ran, crashing through snow and underbrush, angling away from the trail toward where I thought the ranger station lay. Behind me, I heard a sound, something between a howl and a scream, full of rage and loss and terrible, endless loneliness. I burst through the final line of trees and collapsed onto the cleared snow of the station's parking area. Through blurred vision, I saw lights in the station windows, vehicles parked beside the building, people. The last thing I remember is faces appearing above me, concerned voices asking questions I couldn't answer, hands lifting me toward warmth and safety and the end of the nightmare. But even as unconsciousness took me, I heard that sound again, distant but clear, the lonely cry of something that would wait in those woods forever, hoping someone would stay. I woke in a hospital bed 5 days later. The intervening time existed only as fragments, glimpses of white walls, the steady beep of monitors, concerned faces hovering at the edges of consciousness. Doctors and nurses moved around me with practiced efficiency, asking questions I couldn't answer, checking vitals, adjusting IV lines. They told me later that I'd been delirious when the Rangers found me. My core body temperature had dropped to dangerously low levels. I had frostbite on 3 toes and 2 fingers, not severe enough to require amputation, but close. Dehydration and exhaustion had pushed my body to the edge of complete shutdown. But physically I would recover. The doctors assured me of this with optimistic certainty. Physical wounds healed given time and proper treatment. They didn't mention the other damage, the kind that wouldn't show up on X-rays or blood tests. Rangers came to interview me on the 6th day. 2 older men with weathered faces who sat by my bed with notebooks, their expressions carefully neutral. They asked about the hike in, about our preparation, about the cabin conditions. When I mentioned Stephen's disappearance, they exchanged that look, the same knowing glance I'd seen when we first volunteered for the assignment. They didn't ask many follow-up questions, didn't press me for details, just wrote down the basics and moved on. Search and rescue went up there soon as weather cleared. One of them said, "Couldn't find any trace of your partner. No tracks, no sign of struggle. It's like he just vanished." "There's more," I started to say, but stopped when I saw their faces. They didn't want to hear about the sounds, the footsteps, the voices. They'd probably heard similar stories before, from other people who'd spent time in that particular stretch of wilderness. The official report, when I finally saw it, listed Stephen as missing, presumed dead due to exposure and disorientation. A tragic accident, the result of inadequate preparation and unseasonably severe weather. The cabin was scheduled for demolition, deemed too structurally unsound for even emergency shelter use. No mention of the claw marks, no mention of the blood-stained tower. Just another wilderness tragedy, sad but unsurprising. I tried to talk about it once, to a nurse who seemed particularly kind. She'd been adjusting my IV late one night, and the words just spilled out about the creature, about how it had worn Stephen's face, about the terrible loneliness in its final plea. She stopped what she was doing and looked at me carefully. "Honey, you went through something traumatic. Severe hypothermia can cause hallucinations, make you see and hear things that aren't there. It's not uncommon." Her explanation was meant to comfort, to provide a rational framework for the irrational. I almost believed it myself, almost, but late at night when the hospital grew quiet and I lay awake staring at the ceiling, I knew the truth. I'd seen something in those woods, something that shouldn't exist according to everything we understood about the world, and it had taken my friend. They discharged me after 2 weeks. My parents drove up from Syracuse to collect me, their faces tight with worry they tried to hide. We drove past the ranger station on our way out of the Adirondacks, and I found myself scanning the tree line, half expecting to see tall, thin shapes watching from between the pines. The forest stood empty and innocent under fresh snow, keeping its secrets. I never went back to finish my degree, couldn't bring myself to return to the environmental science program to study the wilderness I'd once loved. The woods were tainted now, every forest holding the possibility of something watching from the shadows. I moved to Syracuse, got a desk job doing GIS mapping, analyzing wilderness from the safety of computer screens and satellite imagery. My parents worried about me, could see how I'd changed, but didn't push. No one could understand what I'd experienced unless they'd been there. Sometimes late at night when sleep eluded me, I wondered about Stephen, wondered if he was still out there somehow, trapped in those endless woods with that lonely thing, wondered if he was afraid, or if the horror had given way to something else, acceptance maybe, or a different kind of madness. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wondered if I should have stayed, if that desperate plea for company should have been answered, if my refusal to stay was a kind of cruelty. The thing in the woods was suffering, had been suffering for who knows how long, trapped by its own nature in endless isolation. But I knew this line of thinking was dangerous. Survivor's guilt mixing with trauma, creating a toxic perspective that could pull me back toward that place. I had escaped. That had to be enough. 5 years have passed since Bear Mountain. I still check the news from that region obsessively, watching for reports of missing hikers or strange incidents in the Five Ponds Wilderness. The area has been closed to public access, officially due to budget constraints and maintenance issues. But I know better. Someone decided that place was too dangerous, that whatever lurked in those woods was best left undisturbed and isolated. Last week I received a package in the mail, no return address, postmarked from Wanakina. Inside was a single photograph, the abandoned lookout tower, taken from ground level, and at the very top of the frame, barely visible among the rusted struts, a figure stood watching the camera. Tall, thin, waiting. On the back of the photo, someone had written in faded pencil, "It's still there, it's still waiting, it's always waiting." I burned the photograph immediately, watching the image curl and blacken in my apartment's kitchen sink. But I can't burn the memory of it, can't erase the knowing look in those dark eyes captured in the photograph. The thing in the woods is still there, still alone, still hoping someone will stay. And somewhere in those endless forests, Stephen's last moments echo endlessly, a story told to trees and snow, and the patient creature that calls Bear Mountain home. I survived. But survival isn't the same as escape. Part of me will always be there in that cabin, Hearing those footsteps circle in the snow, listening to voices call my name from the darkness beyond the fire. I volunteered for that assignment. That's what I kept reminding myself as I picked up the pieces of my life afterward. I chose to go there, chose to ignore the warnings and the ranger's expressions, chose to dismiss the local stories as superstition. And in those woods, something chose me back. Not to kill, not to harm, but simply to touch. A contact that left marks deeper than frostbite, wounds that will never fully heal. The forest keeps its secrets, and now I'm bound to keep them too, because speaking the truth means acknowledging something the world isn't ready to accept, that there are places where the rules we take for granted simply don't apply. Places where something else dwells, something ancient and patient and terribly, desperately alone. Bear Mountain still stands in the Adirondack wilderness, its abandoned tower rusting in the snow. And at its peak, something waits, always waiting, for the next person who doesn't heed the warnings, the next person who volunteers to walk into those woods, confident in their knowledge and their preparedness, the next person who will discover too late that some places should remain forgotten, and some solitude should never ever be interrupted. The land west of Albuquerque, New Mexico, is a stark tapestry of sandstone mesas, ancient lava flows, and sun-bleached plains. It is a place where history is not measured in centuries, but in millennia. The Pueblo of Laguna and the Pueblo of Acoma are two of the oldest continuously inhabited communities in North America, their people having carved a life from this demanding environment for countless generations. Their cultural and spiritual identity is inextricably linked to the land itself. Specific mesas, springs, and rock formations are not just features of a landscape, but living sacred parts of their cosmology, repositories of power and memory that predate the concept of ownership as we understand it. To an outsider, much of this land falls under the purview of the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, designated for public use, grazing, mining, recreation. The boundaries are often marked by little more than a weathered fence post or a faded sign. For weekend adventurers from the city, these are abstract lines on a map, bureaucratic distinctions between one patch of dirt and another. For the people who have always been there, the indigenous communities whose ancestors watched the stars from these same ridges, they are something else entirely. They are the border between the mundane world and a place of immense power, a place where the oldest laws still hold sway, where the land itself watches and remembers. I am a mechanical engineer by training and by temperament. I solve problems. I trust data, coordinates, verified measurements. I had the spot picked out for weeks, maybe even a full month of research and planning. A perfect sandstone rise, coordinates cross-referenced between 3 different topographical maps and satellite imagery downloaded from USGS servers. It offered a clean, unobstructed view of the western sky, far from the light pollution of Albuquerque, yet less than a 90-minute drive from my apartment in the Northeast Heights. It was, by every metric I valued, elevation, accessibility, light pollution index, distance from urban centers, the ideal location for stargazing. I had even checked historical weather data. September in the high desert promised clear skies 87% of the time. The 4 of us set out on a Friday afternoon in late September 2017. Me, my girlfriend Chloe, our friend Ben, and his colleague Maya. We cruised west on Interstate 40 in my truck, the familiar silhouette of the Sandia Mountains shrinking in the rearview mirror. Ben was telling some loud, rambling story about a competition at his CrossFit gym, something about deadlifts and a guy who passed out. Chloe was laughing, her hand resting on my knee as I drove. Maya, a graduate student in anthropology at the University of New Mexico, was quiet in the back seat, watching the landscape slide by with an intensity that struck me even then. She had a way of looking at things, at the mesas and the arroyos, as if she were reading a text I couldn't see, interpreting symbols in the contours of the earth itself. "Exit's coming up," I announced, breaking into Ben's story. "Not the main one for Laguna, the one after." A few miles past the casino and the old mission church, visible from the highway with its white stucco walls and twin bell towers, I took an exit that led to nothing but a frontage road running parallel to the interstate. The asphalt gave way to gravel after a quarter mile. A minute later, I turned the truck onto a dirt track that was barely more than 2 tire ruts in the pale earth, the kind of road that doesn't appear on GPS systems. The suspension groaned as we bounced over rocks and washouts. 20 minutes of this bone-jarring progress, the dust plume behind us visible in the side mirrors, and we came upon it. A single rust-brown metal T-post driven into the ground at an angle, as if the earth had tried to reject it. Bolted to it with rusted bolts was a faded sign, its surface pocked with what looked unmistakably like holes from a shotgun blast. The words were barely legible beneath layers of grime and sun damage. Private Pueblo land, no trespassing. Beneath that, in smaller letters, violators will be prosecuted. I stopped the truck, the engine idling, dust settling around us in the still air. "This is it?" Ben asked from the back seat, leaning forward between the front seats to see. "This is the old boundary?" "Exactly," I said, tapping a finger on the laminated BLM map I had on the passenger seat, one of 3 maps I'd brought. The land swap agreement was in 2007, 10 years ago. This sign is obsolete. According to the federal government, the official reservation line is another 2 miles east of here. We're on public land, perfectly legal. I verified it with the BLM field office in Albuquerque. Maya leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the sign with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Are you sure about that, Liam? Sometimes those boundary agreements are complicated. The federal maps don't always reflect what the Pueblo considers theirs. Sovereignty issues are—" "It's not complicated," I interrupted, hearing the edge in my own voice. "It's a line on a map, a legal survey conducted by the federal government. We're on public land. We have every right to be here." Ben clapped his hands together with false enthusiasm. "Good enough for the government, good enough for me. Let's find this 5-star resort of yours, Liam." I put the truck in gear and drove past the post without further discussion. In the side mirror, I saw Maya look back at the sign until we rounded a bend and a low ridge blocked it from view. I told myself her concerns were academic, theoretical. This was federal land. The map said so. The law said so. What else mattered? The spot was even better than the map had suggested. A wide, flat-topped sandstone formation that rose about 100 feet from the surrounding scrubland, accessible via a natural ramp of broken rock on its southern face. The surface was roughly the size of a tennis court, weathered smooth by millennia of wind. It gave us a commanding 360-degree view. To the east, the sky was already starting to show the faint dome of city glow from Albuquerque, a diffuse orange stain on the horizon. To the west, nothing but the vast dark expanse of the El Malpais lava fields stretching toward Arizona, an ancient flow of basalt that looked like frozen black water. Directly across a wide, shallow canyon from our position, perhaps half a mile distant, was another mesa, slightly higher than ours. Its edge formed a sharp, dark line against the sky, its profile jagged with juniper and pinyon trees. Between us and that opposite ridge was emptiness, a canyon floor of pale dirt, scattered sage and stones. We were completely, utterly alone. No other tire tracks, no trash, no sign that anyone had been here in months, maybe years. I felt a surge of satisfaction as we unloaded the gear. This was what preparation looked like. This was what freedom meant. The ability to research, to plan, to execute, to claim a piece of public land and use it as intended. No crowds, no light pollution, no noise, just us and the stars. We set up camp quickly, working with the efficiency of people who'd done this before. The tents went up, 2 of them, a larger one for Chloe and me, a smaller one for Ben and Maya. The fire pit was established in a natural depression in the rock that would shelter the flames from wind. Within an hour we had a proper campsite, and soon the smell of grilling sausages cut through the clean, dry air. The sun hung low on the western horizon, turning the sky into a canvas of violent oranges and purples, the kind of sunset you only get in the desert where there's no humidity to soften the light. The initial mood was celebratory. Ben cracked open beers from the cooler. Chloe put on some music from a small Bluetooth speaker, something indie and mellow. We watched the high desert sunset paint the clouds, the temperature dropping noticeably as the sun descended. The transition from day to night happens fast in the desert, faster than people from humid climates expect. One moment there's light, the next, the world is shades of purple and gray. "You know," Chloe said, leaning against me as we sat on camp chairs near the fire, "sometimes I forget how quiet it can get out here. There's nothing, not even crickets." She was right. The silence was profound, a solid thing that pressed in from all sides once Chloe turned off the music. In the city, silence is relative. There's always the hum of air conditioning, the distant sound of traffic, the ambient noise of human civilization. Here, there was nothing. The absence of sound was so complete it was almost audible, a ringing in the ears that might have been the sound of our own nervous systems. As the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon and the sky transformed into a deep indigo scattered with emerging stars, I started setting up my telescope, a decent 8-inch Dobsonian I'd saved for months to buy. The thin air at this altitude made the stars look like holes punched in black velvet. I was pointing out the summer triangle to Chloe Vega Deneb Altair when Maya, who had been sitting on the edge of the rise looking out over the canyon, her silhouette dark against the darkening sky, suddenly stiffened. Liam. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the night with an urgency that made us all turn. Who is that? We all turned to look where she was pointing, across the canyon toward the opposite ridge. On the crest of that mesa, silhouetted perfectly against the deep indigo of the twilight sky, were 4 figures. They were distinctly human in shape, heads, torsos, arms, legs, but that was the only discernible feature. They were impossibly still, standing evenly spaced from one another in a straight line, all facing directly toward our campsite. The distance was significant, perhaps half a mile, but even from this range their absolute stillness was obvious, unnatural. People don't stand like that, motionless as statues, for no apparent reason. My mind immediately started cycling through explanations, that automatic problem-solving reflex that engineers develop. Other campers who'd gotten a late start. Locals out for an evening hike who'd spotted our fire. Maybe they were curious about who was camping out here. Maybe they were trying to decide if we were on their land or public land, conducting their own survey of sorts. Probably just people from the Pueblo, Ben said, though his voice had lost its boisterous edge. The confidence had drained from it. He grabbed the high-powered binoculars from my truck's glove box, expensive Zeiss optics I'd bought for wildlife watching, and raised them to his eyes. He adjusted the focus wheel, then was silent for a long moment that stretched uncomfortably. "What do you see?" I asked, hearing the tension in my own voice. "I can't make out any features," he said slowly, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "No clothes, no faces. They just look dark, like shadows standing up. But they're definitely people. The shape is human. They're just too far away, maybe, or the light's wrong." An involuntary sensation moved down my back, that primitive animal response to being watched by something you can't identify. The distance was significant, but even from here their stillness was deeply wrong. People shift their weight, they move their heads, they gesture to each other. These figures did nothing. They simply stood, 4 evenly spaced shapes on a distant ridge, watching us in the gathering darkness. "Hello," Ben shouted suddenly, lowering the binoculars. His voice carried across the canyon, bouncing off the rocks, the sound quickly swallowed by the immense space. "We're just camping. Can you hear us?" There was no reply, no wave, no movement at all. The 4 shapes remained motionless, as if they hadn't heard, or as if our presence and Ben's shouting meant nothing to them. The silence that followed his shout seemed deeper than before, as if the land itself were holding something back. We stood there, the 4 of us clustered near the fire, watching them watch us. The sausages on the grill started to burn, the smell acrid and unpleasant. Chloe turned off her music without being asked. The silence rushed back in, heavier than before, oppressive in a way that silence shouldn't be. My rational mind kept offering explanations. They were too far away to hear us. They were just watching the sunset from the other side. They'd leave soon, but none of the explanations felt adequate. The feeling of being observed was too intense, too specific. "Maybe they're park rangers," Chloe offered, her voice small and uncertain, "or BLM officers checking on campers." In the dark, without vehicles, without lights. Maya's voice was flat. She hadn't taken her eyes off the figures. "That's not rangers." For the next 2 hours, as we tried to eat our burned sausages and sat around the fire passing a bottle of whiskey that Ben had brought, the figures remained. We ate in near silence, our eyes constantly drawn back to them despite our attempts at normal conversation. As full night descended and the moon began to rise, a waning gibbous bright enough to cast shadows, they became harder to distinguish from the gnarled juniper trees that dotted the ridgeline. But we knew they were still there. Every time I looked, I could make them out, 4 vertical shapes against the slightly lighter sky, evenly spaced, still facing our direction. The feeling was inescapable. We were being observed, studied, judged. The back of my neck prickled constantly. I found myself fighting the urge to look over my shoulder at our own campsite, irrationally convinced that something was behind me, though our position on top of the mesa meant nothing could approach without being visible. Finally, around 11 o'clock, the cold and a creeping sense of dread that had settled into all of us like a sickness drove us from the fire. "I'm turning in," Chloe said, her voice barely above a whisper. She looked at me with an expression that I recognized as barely controlled fear. "I can't sit here anymore with them watching." One by one, we retreated to our tents, zipping the thin nylon walls shut against the vast, silent dark and the feeling of eyes upon us. I lay there in my sleeping bag next to Chloe, my heart beating a little too fast, staring at the fabric ceiling that glowed faintly with reflected moonlight. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself that in the morning they would be gone and we would laugh about how jumpy we'd been, how we'd let our imaginations run wild in an unfamiliar place. People do that in the wilderness. They see patterns in randomness, threat in the unknown. But as I listened to the profound, unnerving silence of the land, interrupted only by Chloe's irregular breathing beside me and the occasional creak of the tent fabric in a breeze I couldn't feel, I couldn't shake the image of those 4 motionless figures. They were still out there. I knew it, and they were still watching. I woke with a jolt, my heart hammering, from a dream I couldn't remember. The pale gray light of dawn was filtering through the thin nylon of the tent, turning everything inside a dim blue-green. My first conscious thought was of them. I unzipped the tent flap with a single sharp pull and looked out across the canyon before I was even fully awake. The opposite ridge was empty, just rock and juniper and pinchon pine stark against the brightening sky. The air was cold and still, that perfect desert morning clarity where you can see for miles, no movement, no figures, nothing but the landscape itself. The relief that washed over me was immediate and overwhelming, followed almost instantly by embarrassment. What had we been afraid of? People on a ridge, that's all it had been. Some locals, maybe teenagers, who'd seen our fire and decided to mess with the city people. They'd succeeded. We'd spent the night jumping at shadows. "They're gone," I said to Chloe, who was just stirring beside me in her sleeping bag, her hair a tangled mess. "The ridge is empty." Soon we were all out of our tents, coffee brewing on the camp stove, the morning ritual providing a flimsy shield against the memory of the night before. The smell of coffee, that universally comforting scent, did more to restore normalcy than anything else could have. "See," Ben said, stretching his arms over his head, his voice deliberately loud and cheerful. "Probably just some kids messing with us, got bored and went home. We totally let them get to us, we're idiots." "Exactly," I agreed, seizing on the logic of it with perhaps too much enthusiasm. "We'll probably see their tire tracks on the way out. 4 kids on dirt bikes or something, having a laugh at the gringos." Only Maya was quiet. She stood at the edge of the rise, sipping her coffee from a metal camping mug and staring at the empty ridge as if she could still see the figures there, as if they'd left impressions on the air itself. When she finally turned back to us, her expression was troubled. "Did anyone else notice," she said carefully, "that we never saw them arrive or leave? They were just there, and then not there." "It got dark," Ben said dismissively. "We couldn't see everything. They probably left while we were in the tents." "In complete silence? Across terrain like that?" Maya gestured at the canyon floor, the loose rock and scrub that would be impossible to navigate quietly, especially at night. "No flashlights? No sound?" "Maya," I said, hearing the impatience in my voice, "it's daytime. They're gone. Let's just enjoy the morning and not—" "I'm just saying, it was strange," she said quietly, then turned back to her coffee. We tried to salvage the day with our planned hike, a loop around the base of our mesa that would give us different perspectives of the landscape. But the mood was broken. The vast, silent landscape no longer felt like a majestic wilderness, an escape from urban life. It felt like an empty room where you knew someone was hiding, where the silence itself was a kind of presence. Every dark recess in the rocks, every oddly shaped tree drew our eyes. We kept glancing over our shoulders. The silence, which had seemed peaceful the previous afternoon, now felt expectant, as if the land were waiting for something. We cut the hike short after less than an hour and returned to the relative safety of the campsite on top of the mesa. The unspoken agreement was that we'd pack up after lunch and head back to Albuquerque a day early. No one said it directly, but we all felt it. We wanted to leave. This place no longer felt welcoming. It felt like we'd overstayed, like we were guests who'd missed the polite signals to go. As the sun began its descent that afternoon, the anxiety returned, thick, suffocating, undeniable. No one suggested music this time. We built the fire higher than necessary, its crackle and pop the only sounds pushing back against the immense quiet of the desert evening. We all kept scanning the opposite ridge, a shared compulsive habit we couldn't break. It remained empty. The juniper trees swayed slightly in a breeze we couldn't feel on our sheltered mesa top. Nothing else moved. For a few hours, as the light faded and the first stars appeared in the darkening eastern sky, I allowed myself to hope it was over. We'd have a quiet evening, sleep with the tent flaps open to the cool air, and drive home in the morning with a weird story to tell. Strange encounter with locals spooked us, but nothing happened. We'd laugh about it eventually. Chloe had gone to the truck to get another jacket from behind the driver's seat. She was halfway back to the fire, about 20 feet away, when she stopped dead. A small, sharp gasp escaped her lips. She pointed, her hand trembling visibly even in the firelight. Liam. It was barely a whisper, all the air gone from her voice. My head snapped in the direction of her gaze. Every muscle in my body went rigid. At the base of our own sandstone rise, just at the edge where the firelight faded into darkness, was one of the figures. It stood in the same unnaturally rigid posture we'd seen across the canyon, a solid black shape against the scrub brush, no more than 100 yards away. It was human in outline, a head, shoulders, torso, but it absorbed light rather than reflecting it. It was a hole in the visible world shaped like a person. It hadn't been there 30 seconds before. I'd been looking in that direction while Chloe walked to the truck. There had been nothing, no shape, no movement, no sound of approach across the loose rock and gravel that surrounded our position. It was simply there now, as if it had materialized from the darkness itself. Panic, raw and electric, shot through our group. I started to yell something, a warning, a challenge. My voice wouldn't form words. It just came out as a strangled sound. My engineering mind was screaming at me that this was impossible, that objects don't appear, that there had to be an explanation, but my body was responding to something older than logic, pure animal terror. The being reacted with rage, fear twisting instantly into aggression. "I'm done with this," he snarled, his face contorted. He grabbed the heavy 4-cell mag light from the truck bed, the kind that's essentially a club with a light on it. "I'm done with this game." "Ben, no," Maya cried out, stepping toward him. "Don't." "Ben, stop," I yelled, finding my voice. "Don't go near it." He ignored us both. He strode toward the figure with deliberate, aggressive steps, the flashlight beam cutting a stark white path through the darkness. The beam swung wildly as he walked, illuminating scrub brush and rock. He walked with a purpose that was terrifying to watch. All his fear channeled into forward motion, into confrontation. The figure remained motionless, that same absolute stillness. As Ben closed the distance, 50 feet, 40, 30, something strange happened. When he was about 20 feet away, close enough that we should have been able to see detail, to see what it was made of, the figure seemed to thin. It didn't run or fade in the way a normal object would disappear. It was more like the darkness it was made of became indistinguishable from the deeper shadows of the juniper bushes behind it. The solid shape dispersed, broke apart into shadow and negative space, and then it was gone. Ben swept the powerful beam back and forth across the empty space where it had stood, the circle of white light revealing only sage and rock and twisted wood. "Nothing," he called back to us, his voice shaky but loud, almost angry. "It's gone. There's nothing here. Nothing." He walked back to the fire, his face pale in the flickering light, the mag light hanging from his hand. He was trying to project bravado, trying to convince himself and us that he'd won some kind of confrontation, but his hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold the flashlight. "I'm going to my tent for a minute," he said abruptly. "I need a minute." He disappeared inside his tent, zipping it shut behind him. We heard him moving around inside, heard the rustle of fabric and equipment. Then, after maybe 30 seconds of silence, we heard a choked, guttural cry of pure horror. We all rushed to his tent and threw back the flap, our hands clumsy with fear. Ben was sitting on his sleeping bag, his shirt pulled off, twisted in his hands. He was staring at his own reflection in a small hand mirror, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. Across his back, from shoulder blade to lower ribs, were 3 deep parallel gouges. They were raw and red against his skin, the edges inflamed. They were perfectly straight, as if drawn with a ruler, each line exactly parallel to the others, spaced about an inch apart. Yet they had depth and texture. They looked like claw marks, like something with 3 curved talons had raked down his back with precision. They were beginning to bleed, dark fluid welling up along the lines and running down toward his waist. "Nothing touched me," he whispered, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he looked up at us. His eyes were wide, the whites visible all around the iris, prey animal eyes. I was just standing there. I turned around. Nothing touched me. Nothing was there. But this, he gestured helplessly at his back, at the impossible wounds that had appeared without cause. That broke me. My carefully constructed wall of logic, of rational explanations, of materialist certainty crumbled into dust. This was not a prank. This was not a misunderstanding or a trick of the light or shared hysteria. This was real. Whatever was happening here operated by rules I didn't understand, in a reality that didn't match the physics I'd spent years studying. "Pack everything," I ordered, my voice tight and unfamiliar, the voice of someone trying to maintain control while their world collapsed. "Pack it now. We're leaving. We're leaving right now." Absolute animal terror gave us a frantic energy. We threw our gear into the bed of the truck with clumsy, desperate haste. Tents were collapsed without being folded, stakes left in the ground. Sleeping bags were tossed in still in their stuff sacks. The cooler of food was abandoned entirely next to the dead fire too heavy to bother with. The telescope, my expensive telescope, was thrown in the truck bed without its case, the optics exposed. All that mattered was getting into the steel cage of the truck and driving away from this place. I jumped into the driver's seat, Chloe beside me, with Maya and a pale, shivering Ben in the back seat. My hands were shaking so badly it took me 2 tries to get the key into the ignition. I turned it. The engine turned over. I could hear it cranking, that healthy, strong sound of a starter motor engaging. It did not catch. The engine didn't fire. I tried again, my foot pumping the gas pedal. Nothing. The engine cranked and cranked, the battery strong, the starter working perfectly, but the engine itself refused to start. It was a simple mechanical and complete refusal. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I tried again and again, my initial panic giving way to a rising tide of helpless fury. The headlights blazed. The dashboard lit up like a Christmas tree. The radio would have played if I'd turned it on. Every electronic component was functioning perfectly. But the engine, the simple internal combustion engine that I understood on a mechanical level, that I could disassemble and rebuild, would not fire. A small, horrified sound came from Maya in the back seat. "Liam, stop." Her voice was so strange, so flat and certain, that I actually did stop cranking the engine. I turned to look at her. She was staring out the back window at the ground illuminated by the truck's reverse lights, her face pressed against the glass. She slowly opened her door and got out. I followed, my legs barely supporting my weight, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. By the stark white light of the headlamps and the red glow of the taillights, Maya pointed to the ground with a steady hand. Scratched into the hard-packed dirt, etched deep enough to be visible in the angled light, was a circle. It was nearly perfect, maybe 30 feet in diameter. It enclosed the truck, the dead fire pit, and the flattened spaces where our tents had been. Within its boundary, carved into the earth with a precision that shouldn't have been possible without surveying equipment, were symbols. They were intricate, disturbing in their complexity. Some were sharp geometric patterns, triangles within triangles, spirals that hurt to follow with your eyes, angular shapes that seemed to have too many sides. Others looked like stylized forms of animals, something with a curved spine and too many legs, a bird with wings spread at angles that violated symmetry, a figure that might have been human or might have been something else, its limbs bent in directions that bones don't bend. The symbols covered the interior of the circle, overlapping and interconnecting. A language or a map or a warning that we couldn't read. They hadn't been there that morning. I had walked over this ground. I had looked at it in daylight. They surrounded us completely now, a boundary drawn in the earth itself. We were trapped. There was no discussion about trying to cross the circle. The symbols etched into the dirt were a barrier more absolute than a concrete wall, more real than any fence or gate. We understood that in a way that bypassed rational thought. To cross that line would be to invite something worse than we'd already experienced. The rules of this place, whatever they were, had been made clear. We rebuilt the fire, piling on wood until the flames leaped 6 feet high, pushing back the darkness in a circle of desperate light. But the fire offered no real comfort. It just made the darkness beyond seem deeper, more solid, and more filled with intent. We huddled together, 4 people on a tiny island in an ocean of hostile silence. I don't think any of us slept. We sat in camp chairs pulled close to the fire, our backs to each other so we could watch all directions at once. Every half hour, like a grim ritual driven by desperate hope, I would get up, walk to the truck, and turn the key. The result was always the same: the healthy, strong crank of a perfectly functional starter motor and an engine that simply refused to catch. It was mechanically impossible, and yet it happened again and again. After each failure, I would return to the fire, the metallic taste of dread thick in my mouth, and report the same thing. Nothing. It won't start. We didn't see the figures again, not directly, but the feeling of being scrutinized, of being watched by something that did not have eyes as we understand them, was a physical weight. The air itself felt heavy, dense with a pressure that made it hard to draw a full breath. My ears popped repeatedly, as if the atmospheric pressure were changing, though my altimeter watch showed we were at the same elevation. The silence was wrong. In a natural place there's always sound, wind, insects, small animals moving. Here there was nothing. Even the fire seemed to burn quietly, as if the sound of crackling wood were being absorbed by something unseen. We just sat there, feeding wood into the flames, waiting for the sun. Around 3 a.m, Maya spoke for the first time in hours. "We crossed a boundary," she said quietly, staring into the fire. "Not the one marked by that sign. Something older." "What do you mean?" Chloe asked, her voice hoarse from not speaking. "The Pueblo people. They have concepts that don't translate well. Restricted areas, places where certain ceremonies happen, or where things live that shouldn't be disturbed. They're not marked on maps. They're passed down generation to generation. Oral tradition. This might be one of those places." "How were we supposed to know that?" Ben said, his voice cracking. He'd wrapped himself in a blanket, shivering despite the fire's heat. The scratches on his back had stopped bleeding, but the wounds were still there, visible and impossible. "That's the point," Maya said, her voice infinitely sad. "We weren't supposed to be here at all. The boundaries aren't for outsiders. They're not on federal maps because the Pueblo doesn't recognize federal authority over certain lands. There are layers of ownership, layers of permission, that the BLM doesn't acknowledge. We walked into something." She trailed off, unable or unwilling to finish the thought. The hours until dawn were the longest of my life. Every sound, a shift in the fire, the creak of a camp chair made us flinch. We were all suffering from exhaustion, from adrenaline crash, from the sustained terror of being trapped in a place where the fundamental rules of reality seemed negotiable. The moment the eastern sky began to bleed from black to gray, a decision was made without a single word being spoken. We were walking out. I looked at my truck, my meticulously maintained Ford F-150, my pride, my proof of self-sufficiency. I looked at the tents, the Yeti cooler that had cost $200, the camping chairs, the telescope that represented months of savings, thousands of dollars of gear that 12 hours ago had been symbols of preparedness and independence. Now it was just weight, just objects tying us to this place. "We leave it all," I said. No one argued. I grabbed a backpack, stuffing it with the 4 remaining bottles of water and a handful of protein bars from the truck. The others did the same. We were abandoning everything else. The truck, the gear, all of it. We would walk. I consulted my paper map with shaking hands, my exhaustion making it hard to focus on the contour lines. The interstate was too far north, at least 15 miles across rough terrain. Our only realistic chance was New Mexico State Road 124, about 7 miles south, 7 miles across high desert with no trails, no water sources, and no guarantee that anyone would come along that road even if we reached it. "We can do 7 miles, I said with more confidence than I felt. "We just need to reach that highway. Someone will drive by, someone will stop." Stepping out of the circle of symbols felt like breaking the surface of water after being held under for too long. The pressure released. The air suddenly seemed lighter, easier to breathe. We scrambled down the side of the sandstone rise, loose rock sliding under our boots, and began the trek across the canyon floor toward the south. The terrain was brutal, a chaotic mix of loose rock, thorny scrub that tore at our pants and hands, and steep-sided arroyos that forced us into long detours. Each arroyo was a small canyon carved by ancient water flow, 15 or 20 feet deep with crumbling walls. We had to find places to climb down one side and up the other, wasting time and energy, the detours adding miles to an already desperate journey. The New Mexico sun climbed the sky, and the heat became a physical force. By 10 in the morning, the temperature was approaching 90 degrees. We'd left in such panic that none of us had proper hiking clothes. I was in jeans and a t-shirt. Chloe wore running shoes completely inadequate for this terrain. Ben, already weakened by shock and blood loss from the wounds on his back, stumbled constantly. By noon, we'd covered maybe 3 miles. Ben could barely walk. The scratches on his back were an angry red, the edges looking inflamed and infected. His face was a mask of vacant terror, his eyes unfocused. He'd stopped speaking entirely. Chloe and I had to support him between us for much of the way, each of us with one of his arms over our shoulders, half carrying him across the broken ground. Maya walked ahead, her face grim and determined, checking her phone compass every few minutes to keep us oriented south. None of our phones had signal, we were too far from any cell tower, but the compass function still worked. The landscape was merciless in its indifference. Sage and creosote stretched in all directions, the pale dirt reflecting the sun's heat back at us. The water bottles emptied quickly. By 2 in the afternoon, we were down to 1 bottle among the 4 of us, rationing sips that weren't enough to counter the sweat pouring off us. The silence of the land was absolute. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of wind, despite the scrub brush occasionally swaying. Just the crunch of our feet on gravel, our own ragged breathing, and Ben's occasional whimper of pain. After 5 hours that felt like 5 years, I saw it, a thin black line shimmering in the distance through the heat distortion. Asphalt, State Road 124. There, I croaked, my throat so dry the word was barely audible. I pointed with a shaking hand. The road. We stumbled the last half mile, our legs cramping, our throats raw. We collapsed onto the shoulder of the highway, a cracked and empty 2-lane road running east-west through nothing, connecting tiny communities that barely appeared on maps. We lay there on the rough ground, too exhausted to even celebrate, just breathing, alive, outside the boundaries of that place. We were incredibly lucky. Less than 20 minutes later, a dusty Ford Ranger slowed and pulled over onto the shoulder. An old rancher with a face like dried leather, wearing a sweat-stained cowboy hat, looked down at us from his window. He didn't ask what had happened. He didn't demand explanations. He just saw the state we were in, sunburned, dehydrated, bloody, one of us half-conscious, and made a decision. "Climb in the back," he said simply, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "I'll take you to Grants." He drove us to the sheriff's substation in Grants, a small New Mexico town that serves as a services hub for the rural area. He didn't ask a single question during the drive. When we arrived, he just nodded at us and drove away, never giving us his name. The state police officer who took my report was a young man, maybe 30, with a professional detached air and a uniform that looked like it had been pressed that morning. He listened to my story, his expression unreadable, occasionally writing notes on a form attached to a clipboard. I told him our truck had broken down. I told him we were camping near the El Malpais area. I deliberately kept the location vague and that the truck wouldn't start. I told him we'd had to walk out. I left out the figures. I left out the symbols. I left out the scratches on Ben's back and the circle drawn in the dirt. What would I have said? How would I have explained it in a way that didn't sound like psychosis or drugs? The officer nodded, his skepticism obvious in the slight tightening around his eyes. "I can give you a ride back to your vehicle, sir," he said, his tone suggesting he expected to find 4 hungover campers who didn't know how to check their fuel gauge or work a manual choke. The drive back was surreal. The officer made small talk about the weather, about how dry it had been, about how the tourist season was slowing down now that school was back in session. I just nodded, my mind a blank wall of exhaustion and residual fear. When we pulled up the dirt track and the campsite came into view, a pit formed in my stomach. It was just a campsite. The tents were half collapsed where we'd abandoned them. The cooler sat by the dead fire pit, undisturbed. My truck was parked exactly where I'd left it, the camping gear visible in the bed. The morning sun illuminated everything with perfect clarity. The air was clear and light, carrying the normal desert smell of sage and dust. The oppressive, heavy atmosphere from the night before was completely gone. I got out of the patrol car, my legs unsteady, barely supporting my weight. I looked at the ground around the truck, at the dirt where I'd seen the circle, where Maya had pointed out the impossible symbols carved into the earth. The dirt was smooth, wind-scoured, unmarked. The intricate circle, the disturbing symbols, they had vanished completely. There was no trace they had ever been there. No marks, no depressions, no scratches in the hard-packed earth. Nothing. Well, the officer said, his arms crossed, leaning against his patrol car, going to try starting it. I walked to my truck on numb legs, my movements automatic. I slid into the driver's seat, the familiar smell of the cab doing nothing to soothe me. I put the key in the ignition, fully expecting the same dead result I'd gotten a dozen times during the night. I turned the key. The engine roared to life on the very first turn. It idled perfectly, the sound deafening in the morning quiet, every cylinder firing smoothly. The oil pressure gauge came up. The temperature was normal. Everything was functioning exactly as it should. The officer gave me a look that was a mixture of pity and annoyance, the expression of someone who'd wasted his morning on tourists who didn't know how to work their own equipment. "Sometimes you just gotta let it rest overnight," he said, as if offering a piece of folk wisdom. "Vapor lock, maybe. Heat of the day." He followed me back to the main road, then turned off with a brief wave, leaving us alone. The drive back to Albuquerque was conducted in a thick, suffocating silence. The radio stayed off. No one suggested food or bathroom breaks. We just drove, the highway disappearing under the truck's wheels, putting miles between us and that place. The easy camaraderie we'd shared just 2 days before was gone, destroyed utterly. It had been replaced by a shared trauma that was too monstrous to put into words, too far outside normal experience to discuss. We never properly spoke of it again. The group shattered in the weeks that followed. Ben quit his job at the engineering firm where he'd worked for 6 years. He left without notice, just stopped showing up. The last I heard, about a month after we got back, he was living with his parents in Rio Rancho, diagnosed with severe agoraphobia by a psychiatrist who probably thought Ben had suffered some kind of nervous breakdown. He refused to go outside. The scratches on his back healed into thin white scars, 3 parallel lines from shoulder blade to lower ribs, perfectly straight and evenly spaced. He would carry them forever, physical proof of something that shouldn't have been able to happen. Chloe and I broke up 6 weeks later. It wasn't dramatic. There was no fight, no accusations. We just couldn't be around each other anymore. Every time we looked at each other, we saw the terror reflected in the other's eyes. We saw the memory of that night, of the figures, of the circle, of the absolute certainty that we were going to die out there. The relationship couldn't survive that. The trust was gone. Not trust in each other, but trust in the world itself, in the basic reliability of reality. That loss had hollowed us both out. Maya changed her major at UNM. She'd been in anthropology, specializing in southwestern indigenous cultures, planning on fieldwork and research. She switched to archival studies, choosing the quiet, predictable safety of library basements and climate-controlled storage rooms over ever setting foot in the field again. The last time I saw her, by chance in a coffee shop near campus, she looked haunted. She saw me, our eyes met, and she turned and left without saying a word. We both understood. There was nothing to say. As for me, the engineer, the man of logic and reason, the person who believed that reality operated on comprehensible principles, my world was broken. The simple mechanical fact of my truck refusing to start and then starting again was an impossibility I could not reconcile. Everything I understood about engines, about combustion, about cause and effect, said that if the battery was good and the starter was working, the engine would fire. But it hadn't. For hours it had refused, and then with a state police officer watching, it had worked perfectly. The symbols in the dirt that vanished, the figure that dispersed into shadow, the wounds on Ben's back that appeared from nothing. None of it could be true. All of it was true. I had seen it. I had experienced it. The world no longer operated on the principles I understood. And if those principles were wrong, then I had no foundation, no way to interpret reality, no tools to navigate existence. New Mexico, the place where I was born and raised, the landscapes I had loved for their stark beauty and their seeming purity, now felt alien and threatening. I couldn't drive past the Sandia Mountains without thinking about what might exist in the spaces between, in the areas that weren't marked on maps, in the places that indigenous communities knew to avoid. I couldn't look at the desert without wondering what old rules still applied there, what laws predated human understanding. 6 months after that weekend, 6 months of bad sleep and increasing dissociation, of avoiding any place that wasn't urban and well lit, I made a decision. I sold my truck to a dealer for less than it was worth because I couldn't stand to be in it. I put in for a transfer with my company's European division, citing a desire for international experience. I took a position with an engineering firm in Munich, Germany. I left the vast open spaces of the Southwest for the old human-built certainty of Europe. I left the land that stretched farther than you could walk for cities where every square meter had been mapped and claimed and built upon for 1,000 years. I left the desert silence for the constant urban noise. I have not been back to New Mexico since. Sometimes late at night in my apartment in Munich, I pull up satellite view on my computer. I look at that part of New Mexico, at the area west of Albuquerque, at the spaces between Laguna and Acoma. I zoom in until I can see individual mesas, individual roads. I look at the patch of pale sandstone where we camped. I know exactly where it is. I still have the coordinates in a file somewhere, a meaningless speck in a sea of brown and green. The wind and rain have smoothed over our tire tracks by now. Certainly, the land shows no evidence we were ever there. It remains quiet and undisturbed under the vast empty sky, looking exactly as it did before we arrived, exactly as it will look for centuries to come. The land holds its silence. The boundaries remain, marked or unmarked. The trespassers are gone, scattered across the country, broken in different ways by the same experience. And the land endures, keeping its laws, keeping its secrets, waiting with an infinite patience that we can never understand. My name is Fernando Ramirez, and I've spent the last 3 years trying to make sense of what happened to me at Flat Rock Ridge. Before I tell you about the creature, the thing the locals call Silas, you need to understand who I was before that August night in 2020 changed everything. I'd worked as a mechanic in Flagstaff since I was 18, following in my father's footsteps. There's something honest about fixing cars. Problems have solutions. Parts either work or they don't. No gray areas, no uncertainties, just the familiar smell of motor oil and the satisfying click of tools against metal. Gonzalez Auto Repair became my second home, a place where I could lose myself in the rhythms of routine maintenance and complex repairs. Growing up in northern Arizona, I'd always been drawn to the outdoors. My mother used to say I was born with wanderlust in my veins. Every chance I got, I'd head into the wilderness, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends. The Coconino National Forest was my playground, and I'd spent countless weekends exploring its trails, camping under its stars, and learning its secrets. Or at least I thought I knew its secrets. That's how I met Mike Thompson. He brought his beat-up Ford F-150 into the shop one day, complaining about the transmission. While I worked on his truck, we got to talking about hiking and camping. Mike was a former park ranger who'd settled into teaching high school biology. He had this way of looking at nature, not just seeing its beauty, but understanding its systems, its delicate balances. We became fast friends, bonding over campfires and trail maps. The summer of 2020 had been brutal. The pandemic had everyone on edge, and the garage was understaffed. I was pulling 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week, trying to keep up with the endless stream of repairs. The stress was getting to me. I wasn't sleeping well, my temper was short, and the walls of my apartment felt like they were closing in. That's when I remembered Flat Rock Ridge. I'd heard about it from an old customer, a retired trucker who spoke about it with a strange mix of reverence and unease. It's not on any map, he'd told me, sketching directions on a napkin. But if you're looking to get away from everything, that's the place. The ridge sat in a remote corner of Montana, far from the usual tourist trails. The closest town was a speck on the map called Millerton. population barely breaking 300. I spent weeks planning the trip, studying satellite images, checking weather patterns, and preparing my RV. A 2015 Winnebago I'd bought cheap and restored myself. Mike thought I was crazy to drive all that way. There are plenty of quiet spots closer to home, he'd said when I told him my plans. But something about Flat Rock Ridge called to me. Maybe it was the isolation, or maybe it was something else, something I couldn't quite name. I packed carefully, enough supplies for 2 weeks, emergency equipment, my hunting rifle, a Remington 700 that had belonged to my father, and basic tools. The drive north took 3 days. I watched the landscape change from desert scrub to rolling hills to dense forest. The further I got from civilization, the lighter I felt, as if I was shedding layers of stress with each mile. The last stretch was the hardest, 20 miles of dirt road that tested every repair I'd made to the RV. But when I finally reached the ridge, I knew it had been worth it. The setting sun painted the sky in impossible colors, and the sound of the river below was like nature's own lullaby. Looking back now, I can see the warning signs that I missed or dismissed. The unusual silence of the birds, the strange markings on the trees that I attributed to natural causes, the feeling of being watched that I blamed on isolation. But hindsight has a way of making everything clearer, doesn't it? That first night was deceptively peaceful. I set up camp near the river, the massive bulk of the ridge rising behind me like an ancient wall. The stars came out brighter than I'd ever seen them, and I sat by my campfire drinking beer and listening to the river's song. For the first time in months, I felt at peace. The next morning, I decided to explore. The trail up the ridge was overgrown but still visible, switching back and forth across the steep slope. The forest here was old, really old. The trees were giants, their trunks wider than my RV in some places. The air was thick with the smell of pine needles and damp earth. That's when I found the cabin. It sat in a small clearing about halfway up the ridge, looking like something out of a ghost story. The roof had partially collapsed, and vines crawled up the walls like grasping fingers. But it was the door that caught my attention. It hung at an odd angle, too tall and narrow for its frame, as if it had been built for something that wasn't quite human. Inside, the cabin was a single room, mostly empty except for a rusted iron stove and what might have once been a bed frame. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, and dust motes danced in the shafts of light that penetrated the gloom. But it was the walls that caught my attention. They were covered in carvings, hundreds of them, overlapping and intertwining in patterns that hurt my eyes to look at. Some were recognizable, deer, bears, human figures. But others were something else entirely, twisted shapes that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. And everywhere, a recurring symbol, a vertical line with 3 curved branches, like a warped tree or a deformed hand reaching upward. On a crude table by the window, I found the newspaper. August 15, 1984. The headline was about a local missing persons case. 3 hikers who'd vanished without a trace near Flat Rock Ridge. The paper was perfectly preserved, as if someone had left it there yesterday. That should have been my first real warning. That night, the dream started. I was running through endless dark woods, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel, a presence that radiated ancient malevolence. I woke in a cold sweat, the RV suddenly feeling too small, too vulnerable. The sounds began the next day. At first, just subtle things, branches breaking in the distance, rustling in the underbrush that didn't match the wind. But then came the footsteps, heavy, deliberate, circling my campsite just beyond the firelight's reach, and the whispers. God, the whispers. They weren't in any language I knew, but they carried meaning nonetheless. You don't belong here. Leave. Run. I tried to convince myself it was just wildlife, just my imagination playing tricks. But then I found the tracks. They circled the RV in a perfect pattern, each print deeper than my hand, and shaped all wrong, too many toes, each ending in what looked like a curved talon. I took photos, measured them, tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It showed itself on the 3rd night. I was sitting by the fire, rifle across my lap, when the forest went silent. Not just quiet, silent, as if every living thing was holding its breath. The fire dimmed, though there was no wind, and the shadows seemed to thicken like tar. That's when I saw it, standing at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a massive pine. It was tall, impossibly tall, at least 9 feet. Its limbs were too long, too thin, jointed in ways that defied anatomy. But its face, God help me, its face, where features should have been, there was only smooth, pale, bark-like skin, except for the eyes. They glowed with a faint bluish light like foxfire in deep woods. I raised my rifle, hands shaking, and fired. The sound was shockingly loud in the unnatural silence. The creature didn't flinch, didn't move, just kept watching me with those glowing eyes. I fired again and again. Each bullet should have torn through flesh and bone, but the thing showed no reaction. Then it moved, not walking, not running, but gliding, as if it was being pulled forward on invisible strings. Its arms unfolded like branches in the wind, reaching for me with fingers that were too long, too numerous. I ran. I made it back to civilization. But the story doesn't end there. The thing Silas, as I later learned it was called, had marked me somehow. I couldn't sleep without seeing those eyes in my dreams. Couldn't walk in woods without feeling watched. My life became divided into two parts, before Flat Rock Ridge and after. That's when I called Mike. He listened to my story without interruption, without judgment. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "I've heard stories, not about this exact thing, but similar. There are places in the wilderness where reality is thin, where things can slip through from somewhere else." We went back together a week later, armed with cameras, better weapons, and equipment for documenting whatever we found. The cabin was still there, but changed. The carvings on the walls were fresher, more numerous, and in the center of the floor we found a trapdoor that I swear hadn't been there before. What we discovered in our investigation still haunts me. Through research and interviews with locals, we pieced together a history of disappearances stretching back over a century, always in the same area, always following the same pattern. People would vanish without a trace, leaving behind only footprints that didn't match any known animal. The name Silas came from an old journal we found in the Millerton Library, written by a trapper in 18. He described encounters with a guardian spirit that the local Native Americans called by a name that roughly translated to the one who watches from trees. Over time, settlers shortened it to Silas, but that name gives it too much humanity. What we saw that final night when we staked out the cabin was anything but human. It emerged from between the trees like smoke given form, its body constantly shifting and changing. The cameras failed to capture it. Every photo showed only a blur, a smear of darkness where something solid should have been. We weren't prepared for its power. When it came for us, the very air seemed to thicken and distort. Our bullets passed through it like it was made of mist. It moved with impossible speed, cutting off our escape routes, herding us toward the cabin, toward that trapdoor. Mike saved my life. He shoved me toward the RV, screaming at me to run while he provided covering fire. The last I saw of him, he was emptying his rifle into the creature's advancing form. I heard his scream cut off midway as I started the engine. I reported him missing, of course. The search parties found nothing, just like all the others who'd vanished there over the years. I tried to tell them the truth, but who would believe it? A 9-foot-tall creature with glowing eyes that bullets couldn't harm. They wrote it off as another tragic hiking accident. That was 3 years ago. I still wake up some nights drenched in sweat, hearing those whispers in a language that no human throat could produce. I've moved away from Flagstaff, away from the mountains and forests. I live in Phoenix now, surrounded by desert and concrete. But sometimes when the wind blows just right, I catch a scent of pine needles and damp earth, and in those moments, I swear I can feel it watching me. Even here, hundreds of miles from Flat Rock Ridge, those glowing eyes in the darkness, that reaching hand with too many fingers. I know now why that place isn't on any maps. Some places shouldn't be found. Some things shouldn't be disturbed. Silas is still there, watching, waiting. And sometimes late at night I wonder if a part of me is still there too, running through those dark woods, pursued by something that has no name in any human tongue. Is Mike still alive somewhere in those woods? Did he find what was beneath that trapdoor? I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is that the wilderness holds secrets darker and older than humanity can comprehend. And sometimes, if you stray too far from the marked trails, you might find them. Or worse, they might find you. The thing about small towns is they have a way of holding on to their secrets, Ashton, Arkansas was no different. Nestled in the shadow of the Ozarks where the mountains meet the Mississippi Delta, it was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business, or at least thought they did. But some secrets run deeper than town gossip. My name is Eli Turner, and in 1988 I was about as green as they come on the Ashton Police Force. Fresh out of the academy with a shiny badge and a head full of procedures, I thought I knew everything there was to know about law enforcement. My wife Amy would laugh at that now. She was already carrying our first child, and her work as an ER nurse had given her a far more practical education in human nature than any academy could provide. We'd bought a small starter home on Cedar Street, one of those modest affairs with peeling white paint and a wraparound porch that needed more attention than our budget could spare. But it was ours, and with a baby on the way, it felt like the beginning of something real. Amy had decorated the nursery in soft yellows and greens. We wanted the gender to be a surprise, and I'd spend my off hours trying to fix up the place, usually making more of a mess than I fixed. The night shift wasn't anyone's first choice, but as the rookie, I didn't have much say in the matter. Besides, Ashton after dark had its own kind of charm. The streets would empty out except for the occasional trucker passing through, or the regulars at Betty Ann's Diner, where the coffee was strong enough to strip paint, and the pie could make you forget your troubles, at least for a while. Betty Ann herself was a fixture behind the counter, a woman who'd seen enough of life to have an opinion on everything and everyone. She'd been serving coffee and wisdom to Ashton's finest since before I was born, and she took it upon herself to properly train me in the ways of small-town policing. "You watch old man Miller's place on Thursday nights," she'd tell me, topping off my coffee. "That's when his boy comes around trying to sweet-talk him out of his pension check. And don't let Martha Jenkins' complaints about noise at the Thompson place fool you. She's just sweet on Bill Thompson and too proud to admit it." I'd laugh and take notes, mental and otherwise. In a town like Ashton, this kind of intelligence was worth more than any police manual. My partner during training had been James Orson, a 20-year veteran who'd seen it all and wasn't impressed by much. He was the kind of cop they don't make anymore. Part social worker, part philosopher, and all lawman. We'd clicked right away, maybe because he saw something of himself in my eagerness, or maybe because he just needed someone to pass his stories on to. "Remember, kid," he'd say, his weathered face creased with a smile, "out here we're not just enforcing the law, we're keeping the peace. Sometimes that means knowing when to look the other way, and sometimes it means being the only thing standing between folks and whatever's out there in the dark." I didn't understand what he meant by that last part, not then, but I would. June 5th, 1988 started like any other night shift. I kissed Amy goodbye, my hand lingering on her growing belly, and headed out into the humid Arkansas evening. The air was thick with the smell of honeysuckle and distant rain, and the cicadas were singing their endless summer song. I remember thinking how peaceful it all was, how perfectly normal. My first stop, as always, was Betty Ann's. The regulars were in their usual spots, Tom Webster nursing his eternal cup of coffee, Jenny Martinez finishing up her waitressing shift, and Betty Ann herself holding court from behind the counter. The conversations were the same as always, complaints about the weather, gossip about who was feuding with whom, and speculation about when the Martin boy would finally propose to the Cooper girl. "Careful out there tonight, Eli," Betty Ann said as I was leaving, and something in her tone made me pause. "Weather's fixing to turn, and strange things happen when the storms roll in from the mountains." I laughed it off, but there was something in her eyes that stayed with me. Later I'd wonder if she'd known something, if maybe there were stories passed down through generations of Ashton residents that might have warned me about what was coming. The first few hours of my shift were routine. A couple of traffic stops, a noise complaint at the old Wilson place that turned out to be nothing more than a raccoon in the trash, and the usual patrol routes through Ashton's quiet streets. The storm Betty Ann had mentioned was building in the distance, heat lightning playing across the clouds and thunder rolling through the hills like distant drums. Around 2 a.m., everything changed. The call came in over the radio, dispatch's usual professional tone cracking slightly around the edges. A woman, hysterical, reporting something in the woods off Route 9. The description was fragmented, confused. Something about eyes in the darkness, about movement that wasn't quite right, about sounds that shouldn't exist in nature. Standard procedure would have been to write it off as either an overactive imagination or drugs, maybe both. But something in the woman's voice, the raw terror beneath the hysteria, made my skin crawl. I radioed in that I would investigate, trying to keep my own voice steady and professional. As I turned onto Route 9, the first heavy drops of rain began to fall, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was driving into something I wasn't prepared for, something that would change everything I thought I knew about the world and my place in it. I didn't know it then, but that night would mark the beginning of a nightmare that would follow me for decades to come, a darkness that would sink its claws into my life and never fully let go. But that's getting ahead of the story. First, I have to tell you about what I found in those woods, about the eyes that haunted my dreams, and about the monster that taught me that sometimes the things we're afraid of in the dark are real after all. And maybe, just maybe, they're afraid of us too. Route 9 twisted through some of the densest forest in the county, a narrow strip of asphalt barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass. The rain was coming down harder now, creating a shifting curtain in my headlights. Every few seconds, lightning would illuminate the woods in stark, frozen tableaus, turning the trees into reaching skeletal fingers against the sky. The woman who'd called, Sarah Mitchell, according to dispatch, had reported seeing something near the old Carson property, about 5 miles out of town. The Carsons had abandoned the place years ago after a fire, leaving nothing but a crumbling foundation and local legends about bad luck and strange noises in the night. I pulled onto the overgrown access road, the cruiser's tires crunching over gravel and dead leaves. The rain drummed on the roof, and my wipers fought a losing battle against the downpour. Something about the whole scene felt wrong, the way the shadows seemed to move independently of the trees, the unnatural silence beneath the storm. Protocol said I should wait for backup. Orson's voice echoed in my head. Better to be alive and embarrassed than dead and proud. But pride wasn't what made me step out of that cruiser. It was something else, something I still can't fully explain. A need to know, maybe. Or fate, if you believe in such things. The beam of my flashlight cut through the rain, picking out details that seemed designed to unsettle. A child's toy, half buried in mud, the remains of an old tire swing, its rope black with rot, broken glass that caught the light like teeth. I radioed my position to dispatch, trying to ignore how the static seemed to grow stronger with each step I took away from the car. That's when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong. Not quite a growl, not quite a moan, but something in between, something that made every hair on my body stand on end. I swung the flashlight toward the sound, and for a split second, I caught them. 2 eyes, reflecting the light with an unnatural yellow glow. They were about 20 feet up. No bear stands that tall, no mountain lion, nothing that should exist in the Arkansas woods or anywhere else. But there they were, and they were looking right at me. The human mind isn't built to process certain things. When reality breaks, it tries to piece it back together in ways that make sense. That's why my first thought, absurd as it seems now, was someone's playing a joke. But as the creature stepped forward, emerging from the shadows like a nightmare taking solid form, I knew this was no joke. It moved like a predator, but wrong, too fluid for its size, too deliberate. The rain matted its dark gray hide, which wasn't fur or scales, but something in between. Its proportions were a twisted mockery of human form, with arms too long and joints that bent in ways they shouldn't. But it was the face that broke me. A wolf's head, but larger, more primal, with a jaw that could probably snap me in half without trying. Those yellow eyes held an intelligence that was almost worse than mindless savagery. This thing knew what it was doing. I'd like to say I acted with professional courage, that I followed procedure or at least put up a fight. But when that thing opened its mouth, revealing rows of teeth that gleamed in the flashlight beam, and let out a sound that was part roar and part scream, I did the only thing my body would let me do. I ran. The cruiser might as well have been 100 miles away. I could hear it behind me, not just its footfalls which shook the ground, but its breathing, heavy and wet and getting closer. The rain had turned the ground into a treacherous mess of mud and hidden roots. I slipped, caught myself, kept running. My training finally kicked in enough to remember my gun. I turned, still running, and fired. The shots were wild, but at least one must have hit because the creature's roar changed pitch, becoming higher, angrier. Instead of deterring it, I just made it mad. I reached the cruiser and threw myself inside, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life just as something massive slammed into the driver's side door, leaving a dent the size of a tire. I threw the car into reverse, tires spinning in the mud before finding purchase. The creature kept pace easily, those yellow eyes never leaving mine in the rearview mirror. It moved with impossible speed, eating up the ground with long strides. I had the accelerator pressed to the floor, but the rain-slicked road made every turn a gamble. That's when I made a decision that probably saved my life, but nearly ended it first. I took the logging road. It was barely more than a trail, tight turns between trees that scraped the cruiser's sides. The creature was forced to slow down, the space too narrow for its bulk to move freely. Then the engine died. The silence after the engine cut out was absolute. No more roar of the motor, no more squeal of tires, just the rain and my own ragged breathing. And something else, heavy footfalls, getting closer. I had a choice to make. Stay in the car and be trapped, or run and maybe find a way to survive. The decision was made for me when massive claws ripped through the roof of the cruiser like it was paper. I burst out of the car and into the woods. The undergrowth was dense here, thorns tearing at my uniform as I pushed through. I could hear the creature behind me, its frustration evident in its roars as the thick vegetation slowed it down. The embankment caught me by surprise. One moment I was running, the next I was falling, tumbling through space. The impact drove the air from my lungs and sent waves of pain through my body. As I lay there dazed and hurting, I waited for the end. But it didn't come. Instead, I heard sirens in the distance, backup, finally arriving, drawn by the gunshots or maybe my last radio call. The creature's roars became more distant, fading into the depths of the forest. The official report read like a bad joke. Officer involved in vehicle accident while pursuing suspect into wooded area. Suspect escaped. Vehicle recovered with extensive damage consistent with collision with large tree. No one believed my initial attempts to tell the truth. Even Orson, who'd seen his share of strange things, advised me to keep quiet. Some stories, he said, are better left untold. The nickname started a few weeks later, Monster Cop. At first it was just whispers, then jokes at my expense. Even Betty Ann couldn't keep the concern from her eyes when I'd stop in for coffee. The only person who never doubted me was Amy. She'd seen the look in my eyes when I finally made it home that night, seen the way my hands shook when I tried to explain. Our daughter was born 2 months later, healthy, beautiful, and blissfully unaware of the darkness that had entered our lives. We named her Sarah, though I never told Amy it was the same name as the woman who'd made the call that night. We never found Sarah Mitchell, by the way. No one by that name lived in Ashton or any of the surrounding towns. We left Ashton 6 months later, headed west to Nevada, where the desert felt safer somehow. Fewer shadows, fewer places for monsters to hide. I took a job with a small department there, started over. Amy found work at a local hospital, and Sarah grew into a bright, curious child who loved to hear stories, though never the one that had driven us from our home. The years passed. The nightmares became less frequent, though they never fully went away. I'd wake up sometimes, sweat-soaked and shaking, those yellow eyes still burning in my mind. Amy would hold me, not asking questions, just being there. Then came the newspaper article. It was 20 years after that night when Amy showed me the paper. A series of livestock mutilations near Ashton, descriptions of a massive wolf-like creature, a blurry photograph that made my blood run cold. The eyes in the photo were exactly as I remembered them, that same unnatural yellow glow. I knew then that it hadn't ended that night in the rain. The creature was still out there, maybe others like it, hunting in the shadows of the Ozarks. The question wasn't whether I would go back. I had to. The real question was what I would find when I did. The monster had haunted my dreams for 2 decades. Now it was time to face it in the waking world. This time, I wouldn't be the rookie cop running scared. This time, I would be ready. But as I packed my bag and checked my gun, a thought kept nagging at me. Maybe the creature had been waiting all these years too. Maybe it remembered me as clearly as I remembered it. And maybe, just maybe, it had been looking forward to our reunion as much as I had. I'm writing this down now because people deserve to know the truth about what's out there in the dark, about the things we tell ourselves can't exist. But mostly I'm writing it because I'm heading back to Ashton tomorrow, back to those woods where it all began. If you're reading this, it means one of two things. Either I survived and finally decided the world needs to know, or I didn't, and this account is all that's left to warn others about what lurks in the shadows of the Ozarks. Either way, remember this: the monsters are real. They're out there, watching and waiting. And sometimes, on dark nights when the rain falls and thunder rolls through the hills, they come hunting. But so do I.